Floyd, you want to read it?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. The first thing on the commissioner's agenda today is the consent agenda. One thing I would like to do though is ask the commissioners for a change on our full meeting agenda today. The 11:15 issue is executive session, confidential by law. I'd like to add employment to that.
The movement there with the addition.
Thank you. All those in favor of the change on the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, the consent agenda, the minutes from 4/4, payroll, vouchers, TANF, updates, and monthly earnings and collections.
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
I moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes. Okay. Oh, we're close, Kim.
Okay.
We've got a couple minutes.
Yep.
The next thing on our agenda for 9:35 is a public hearing. We have to start those on time due to statutory requirements, so we'll just have a couple minutes here.
She talking about the revenue side. How much revenue do we generate?
When Steve does those budgets and gives us the expense reports, it doesn't show the revenue of the taxation dollar. I mean, it doesn't show like copy.
I was thinking.
I think it's.
No.
And I
Treasurer's office and clerk's office and planning and zoning actually with permit fees. All those things.
Some notes here. So here, yeah, so it's. So I think it's all. It's all in there.
I think we can get started. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for the Paisley SUP number 247 with Kim Dillman, Jenny from our planning and zoning office. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this is Paisley Custom Wood. This use will be in the Mechichi local planning area. The zoning district is GRM. We did receive a special use permit application from the applicant in February, include a site plan and application statements describing the proposed use. We also received a letter from Dennis Harris, who is a property owner, granting permission to the applicant to do this use, to proceed. And so the applicant is requesting approval of an SUP. It will be, we have it classified as a highway commercial business. It will be one mobile coffee kiosk, one mobile food and catering trailer, and one additional rental spot for either retail or additional food vendor. So the total floor space of these 3 mobile units is 544 square feet. Estimated area for this is a 1/4 acre. We have classified this as a highway commercial business. The location of this property is it's northwest of the town of Meeteetse, about 550 feet. It's on the east side of State Highway 120 and on the east side of State Street. It does have an address. You see the property in figure 1. As I mentioned, this proposed use is in the general rule Meeteetse zoning district. Highway commercial business uses are allowed there provided a special use permit is approved. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 2, of course, this property is north of the town of Meeteetse, actually northwest of the town of Meeteetse. Neighboring land uses are a mixture of residential and commercial. The Oasis Motel, which does have a permitted SUP, is just to the south. Of course, the Grable River is to the southeast of this property. Site characteristics, you see in figure 3 that there's a little change in elevation. There are some outbuildings and residents on the property. We have no permits for any of those structures. However, we feel like they've been built decades ago, and so they're essentially unpermitted pre-existing uses. A site plan drawing provided by the applicant is shown in figure 4. That was the original site plan drawing. Since there, you had a chance to see there's been some additional parking areas proposed, but it shows where the kiosk will be located and then the 2 food retail trucks. So legal notices were met, Madam Chair. We sent a notice of public hearing to the Cody Enterprise. That was in the paper on March 30th and April 11th. We sent out the written notice to neighboring property owners, notifying them of this public hearing. That occurred on March 27th. We shared the staff report with all of you and with the applicant. Agency referrals, we did get a response from Bighorn Rural Electric. They said that State Street and the property is currently served with power. They will be able to provide power. Town of Meeteetse responded saying that they have water and sewer capacity to support the proposed use. They clarified saying that they can accept the gray water contained in the trailers for disposal, which is what the applicant would like. And the applicant would also like to be able to get domestic water from the town of Meeteetse, so that was all approved. However, this property does not have connections to municipal sewer or municipal water. DEQ, they responded, they sent that a letter talking about permitting should it be necessary. Park County Treasurer responded, first half of property taxes are current. YDOT responded with 2 emails. The first email, they were concerned about any of these kiosks or parking occurring on State Street or in their right-of-way. And they said they would not allow that. In their second email, after we sent them a new site plan that was provided by the applicant, they said that this new site plan is better. They have, in my understanding, they went out and they made note of where the right-of-way ends. I think they actually have some flaggings out there, but based on the new site plan, it's our understanding that YDOT feels better about that. But again, they reiterated that no use, no parking on State Street or in their right-of-way is my understanding. Fire Inspector Nick Hudson, he responded. He said the trucks or trailers providing food service will need to be inspected by them for compliance. We did get an email back from Meeteetse Local Planning Area Advisory Committee. They recommend approval of the SUP, so they have no concerns. We received a response back from Public Works. Brian commented that State Street is not a Park County road. He mentioned YDOT should determine accesses, whether or not they're sufficient. Brian also recommended parking on State Street or the right of way is not recommended. Any and all improvements should comply with Park County regulations. Brian said a stormwater drainage and erosion control plan is not necessary in his opinion, and he will not require it. We did get a response from Game and Fish. They have no wildlife comments. Meeteetse Fire Department responded. They said they can respond to calls at this address. Graybull Valley Irrigation District, they have no concerns with this use. We received a response from Wyoming Department of Agriculture in regard to food inspection of these trucks and coffee kiosks. That person said, that person said that plan review would be required. Weed and Pest has not provided a response. We did get one public comment that was attached. And the people who sent that, they awfully said they want to comment on the project and they give the applicants their support. Of course, this was in front of Planning and Zoning. That occurred on March 15th. Planning and Zoning recommended approval. They had conditions. You had a chance to read those. I will just mention number 6, which was P&Z saying we recommend a plan for overflow parking, and that condition has been met. And you saw that. That's towards the end of our staff report. In terms of compatibility and impacts, essentially the applicant said this use in part will create job opportunities and economic growth. They said the hours of operation will be from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. Days of operation will be potentially 7 days a week. A dumpster will be on location for solid waste disposal, and trash receptacles will be on site. Those will be the responsibility of the trailer owners and operators. The applicants did say they will be on site daily just for supervision. In terms of building setbacks, this use is not within 20 feet of any county road right of way. No covenants are known to exist. The applicant said outdoor lighting is proposed for each kiosk or trailer. However, they said the lighting will be down shielded and will be shielded and down directed. Property has no existing unpermitted. The property does have pre-existing unpermitted buildings. However, we know of no nonconformities. No nuisances have been reported. Soils report in our estimation is not required. In terms of services and infrastructure, access is proposed from State Street. WYDOT has stated they will not require an access permit for the use. We already talked about domestic water coming from and disposed of from the city of Meeteetse. Madam Chair, in terms of parking, this would essentially be non-residential uses. Our regs say 1 parking space for each 400 square feet. Given the square feet of these trailers and kiosks, we calculate 2 parking spaces. The applicant proposed 4. In a discussion with us and with the applicant, we recommended more parking spaces. The applicant has submitted an additional parking plan. You see that's on the second to last page, and it looks like there's 12, I believe up to 18 parking spaces. So our conclusion is that appears to be sufficient. In terms of sewage and wastewater, we already talked about gray water. The applicant proposes that vendors and their employees utilize the restrooms offered by their neighbor, the Oasis Motel. So the owner of the Oasis Motel has agreed to allowing employees and the vendors to use their restrooms. We recommended the applicant place a chemical toilet on site, at least one, for customer use. The applicant has agreed to that. He's agreed to at least 1 chemical toilet. And I should mention on the last page, the very back page, it does talk about some of his responses in regard to additional septic. And if I remember correctly, the applicant agreed to having at least 1 chemical toilet on the east side of the structure, will be, I think, emptied weekly, and he's agreed to have it locked and anchored. Utility electricity will be provided by Bighorn Rural Electric Company. No new signs are proposed to advertise the use. However, signage will be on the exterior of each one of the trailers and the kiosk. I've already mentioned solid waste disposal. This use is not in an overlay district. Site plan review is required for highway commercial business. However, given the size of this use, they are exempt from site plan review. Madam Chair, you saw we have a number of findings. We have photographs. We recommend approval of this SUP. Do you mind if I read our recommended conditions?
No. Keep going.
Number one, Park County noise lighting and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number two, the applicant shall provide evidence of compliance with the state fire inspector's requirements prior to planning and zoning department commencing, to the planning and zoning department prior to commencing the use. Applicant shall provide evidence of compliance with Wyoming Department of Ag's requirement to our department prior to commencing the use. Applicant shall provide an inspection report from Weed and Pest and or approve a long-term noxious weed management plan prior to today's review. To our knowledge, we've not heard back from Weed and Pest. Number five is all gray water produced on site shall be disposed of at an approved regulated site. Applicant shall have a regularly maintained and anchored chemical toilet shielded from view, available for use by vendors, employees, and customers. And number seven, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in Park County development regs and standards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners at the moment?
Just one question about, I know Labor Day and the fishing derby and everything, you get a lot of people and they're gonna be trying to park on State Street. Was that up to the applicant to police this, or is it up to YDOT to put up signage, or how does that usually work?
To my knowledge, I have no indication that YDOT will put up signing. My understanding is YDOT would like the applicant to comply with their requirements, no parking on State Street or the right of way. Yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would ask for public comment. If you want to comment on this proposal, if you would please stand and state your name for the record, please. Any public comment? Yes, sir.
I'm the steward of this property.
Okay.
My name is Joe Paisley.
Okay.
This is mainly about building small business. There's just no place to do business in the small world anymore in our community. This will help with some jobs. We're hoping we're not asking too much. in that respect.
I guess I just have one question, and it's, you run your business how you want to run it, but I see the hours of operation are stopped at 1 p.m. But if you have special events and whatnot, I could see them going later. I can see the opportunity for business later. Is there a reason you're stopping it at 1 p.m.?
Part of what we're trying to do is not impede on the people in the TT and their business.
Okay, gotcha.
That's our main concern.
Fair enough. I
And
just
it's
wanted-
about traffic flow and all that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this proposal?
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Madam Chair.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Paisley special use permit 247.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the proposal as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, it's approved.
Madam Chair, resolution 2023-16.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. That was tight.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Mhm.
Pass that. Ryan, you might want to stay up here. It is 9:50, so it is time for the next thing on the commissioner's agenda, being a public hearing on the Be There Beartooth Ranch SUP number 245. So I would ask our staff, Kim and Jenny, to go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this use is in the Clark planning area. The zoning district there is GR 20. We have on the front page of the staff report, we have 2 lots. That is primarily where most of the camp activity, should this be approved, will occur. Of course, the applicant owns multiple lots in the area. We did receive a special use application from the applicants, the Huttons, in January. It included plan view drawings and a site plan. Also, they supplied us with an application statement with details regarding the activities and amenities and how they can comply with our requirements of a special use permit. Also, we received a Central Minnesota Youth for Christ camp strategy document. So the applicants request approval of the special use permit with site plan review. We have it classified as major institutional use. They would like to run an outdoor adventure camp. The camp or the program consists of 3 sessions. Each session will be a 5-day camp. The applicants estimate the youth attendees will range from 16 to 24 per session. With mentors, staff, specialists, and volunteers, the total number of individuals they will host will be about 35 to 52 per session. In terms of what the shelters will be, they will have teepees, wall tents, and cabins. Meals are provided and served in a barn-like structure. They have activity specialists that plan adventures such as hiking, mountain biking, rafting, trail riding, and also local service projects. The applicants do have a residence, that's lot 63, and they do have their own horses. And part of what they do with the horses is trail rides, of course, and also horsemanship training and grooming. And they said that most of the equine activities will occur in small areas adjacent to camp structures, but they said more experienced riders will go off on trail rides onto neighboring properties or neighboring parcels. Youth for Christ, this organization does have a prep week in front of each session. So when you take all that time, it's essentially the camp with prep week runs. They'd like it to run each year, to my understanding, from about the middle of July to the middle of August. So about a 6-month period. This camp, is our understanding, has been in operation for 18 years. It was brought to our attention by a neighbor last year. The neighbor shared concerns, including compliance with covenants, wildfire risk, nuisances, domestic water, unpermitted structures, and septic concerns. We had numerous conversations with the applicants, really starting last fall. Our purpose is, of course, to bring them into compliance. Either this gets approved, or if it doesn't get approved, they obviously will stop their activities. Applicants also submitted language from Wyoming statutes, the Recreation Safety Act, which you had a chance to see, and they submitted photographs from signs on their property advertising that Safety Act. Again, we've classified this as major institutional use. This use is allowed in the GR 20 zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. We have on the second page of our staff report, we have all of the lots that the Huttons own. Of course, these are in the Lion Creek Wilderness subdivision. Location of the use is, it's approximately 8 miles northwest of State Highway 120. It's on the north side of Lewis Lamore Lane. It's all these lots are approximately a 1/4 mile north of County Road 1AB, and you can see this in Figure 1. You can see a location of their lots. Lion Creek is south of the camp location. In Figure 2, Madam Chair, we have neighboring land uses. It's a mixture in the area of residential, agriculture, and residential vacant. And most of the residences, in our estimation, are really concentrated along along the riparian area, which is Line Creek. In terms of site characteristics, we have a topo map in figure 3. The property does have significant changes in elevation, and we basically commented on what those are and where those are. Also, the fact that on these lots, there's a lot of natural vegetation, shrubs, trees, and grasses. An area map is in figure 4. That was provided by the applicants, and it essentially shows their lots relative to Lewis Lamore and the creek and Road 1AB. The applicants also shared with us a topo map, which is in figure 5, which we shared with you. In terms of lot use descriptions, lot 57 will be the primary location for the camp. It's where most of the buildings and temporary housing are located. It also has a water well, septic systems, horse corrals, and parking. Lot 61 is where the ranch manager's residence is located, also where the ranch horses are stabled. This, of course, also has some buildings, some amenities. And then we mentioned 63. Again, that has a cabin of residence. That's where the applicants reside. Then we talk about some other lots that the applicants own. In figure 6, there's a site plan of lot 57. Some of the things on there, you had a chance to look at this. There is a bucket shower. There's a dry cabin. There's a north outhouse. There's what's called the Gathering Place Studio Apartment. It does have an in-ground septic. There's a south outhouse, 12 by 12 outbuilding. There's a building under construction that will be used for storage and will also have a small wastewater permit. There are places for wall tents, teepee area, parking area, round horse pen, water well. And then in figure 7, there is a site plan of lot 61. Again, that's where the ranch manager will live. And that's figure 7, Madam Chair. All structures on lot 61 are permitted. In terms of legal notices, of course, this is a public hearing. Legal notices were in the Powell Tribune. The first one was on March 30th of this year. Second was on April 11th. Written notice was mailed to the owners of all properties. For this public hearing, Madam Chair, that included all owners that had a interest in that common area. So my understanding is all the owners of Line Creek subdivision received a notice for this public hearing. Of course, we shared the staff report with you and with the applicants. We put it on the web for the public. Agency referrals, we got a response from DEQ, provided, again, it's agency contact should that be necessary. Park County Treasurer, they responded, property taxes are paid in full. We received a letter from the Wyoming Office of State Land and Investments. Evidently, there's a state land bordering one at least of these lots. And I think they responded. They didn't respond because we reached out to them as an agency. They received a notice because they're a neighboring, and so they responded. Basically, you need permits to do any work or get on their lands. Public Works responded in a letter in February. Public Works said legal access is from 1AB to Lewis Lamore Lane and 45 Drive. The Public Works commented that Lewis Lamore and 45 are private road easements for the established by the approval of the subdivision. Public Works said a drainage plan is not required. And then an additional email, Public Works said they have no comments regarding the bridge on 45 Drive. Game and Fish responded essentially by saying protect food sources from bears. Fire Protection District number 4, Meeteetse Fire District said they will provide fire protection, and they said the Huttons operate a fire safety oriented program. Park County Weed and Pest, Mary said prior inspection found the presence of noxious weeds. However, she will not require a plan. She is recommending the applicant follow best management practices. We've not received a response from Beartooth Electric or Conservation District, or we've not received a response from Nick Hudson. Madam Chair, just a comment. We've reached out to Nick Hudson, which is with the state fire inspector, several times regarding, do you have any comments? We've never got any response from him. In the past, he has told us when he doesn't, he said in the past, when he doesn't reply, he has no concerns or no comments.
Okay.
But we've reached out, I think 3 times, no response. We received public comments. So before Friday of last week, we had received 7 emails or letters from individuals, primarily neighbors, who expressed concerns. Some of those concerns: liability risk, violation of subdivision covenants, nuisances. 10 emails or letters were written in support of the use. They talked about positive experiences, how the camp is compatible with the neighborhood, and how negative impacts will be mitigated. We had some additional emails, some back and forth, our response to neighbors' concerns. Now, we have received 4 additional comments, and you've received those. 3 of those were from the Bildo and Thomas. I believe they were all liability issues. 1 letter was from those individuals to the Huttons. 1 was a letter to the Christ Camp for Youth. And then 1 letter was to you. And then there was also a letter from Miss Satterwhite that you had a chance to see. So 4 recent comments. P&Z looked at this originally in February. They continued that hearing to March 15th. They recommended approval. They have conditions. I'll just mention their number 4 condition: the applicant shall submit building permits for each unpermitted structure. That condition has been met. So we have all the building permits that we require for things that before were not permitted. Compatibility and impacts. Of course, this use is for an outdoor camp. The applicants will provide lodging, meals, and activities. Applicants use their own personal horses. On hikes, the participants are encouraged to leave no trace. Again, the annual camp. Applicants encourage vehicle parking behind vegetation to minimize disturbances. Applicants also remind participants to drive slowly on 1AB. Applicants promote the night sky. They try to minimize artificial lighting. They have replaced campfires with lanterns, they said. And campers and volunteers use flashlights when traveling after dark, is what the applicant said. The applicant said they're basically aware of the possibility of noise, and so they try to minimize or reduce noise pollution, particularly when you have campers around, around lanterns at night. The applicant stated that all structures that they have erected or will erect, permanent or temporary, to their knowledge, is located on their property. So no structures, they said, located in the common area. Common area is used only for travel. And Lewis and Moore is used for travel between parcels. In terms of building setbacks, no structure will be within 20 feet of a road right-of-way. Covenants exist for Line Creek Wilderness subdivision. However, our conclusion is it's unclear whether or not the covenants currently are still in force. And our conclusion is that covenants apply only to lot 54 of the lots that the applicants own. Outdoor lighting, I talked about lanterns. We have no nonconformities on the property. The use of the property in recent years, or it's been used for camp in recent years, it has been reported as a nuisance to us, something that's not permitted, and possible nuisances. No soils report has been received. We feel since there'll be no significant ground disturbance, a soils report is not required. Access to the property is proposed by Lewis Lamore Lane, private drive. Lewis Lamore connects to County Road 1AB via 45 Drive. I will mention this, Madam Chair. According to language in the certificate of dedication for Line Creek Wilderness subdivision, so this is a comment on the plat. It says open space and easements are dedicated and set apart for the private use of all of all owners of lots within this subdivision for egress, ingress, and installation of utilities. In terms of domestic water, the applicant said drinking and cooking will be provided by bottled water. There are wells located on the property. They did conduct a current water sample from a well on lot 57. That was on the recommendation from P&Z. They asked for a water sample. No E. coli or coliform was detected. Arsenic and lead were detected at trace amounts. Nitrogen was not detected. TDS was at 395, which is below that recommended level of no more than 500. Sodium was detected at 93. EPA says if it's over 60, some individuals may taste it. However, that is a guideline and not federally enforceable. The use is not in an the use is not in an irrigation district. Parking, Madam Chair, you had a chance to read. We had a big paragraph of parking. The applicants have dedicated a parking space. However, the applicants have told us that no more than 8 to 10 vehicles will be on site at one time. Essentially, I believe because people will share rides and come in vans. So we feel like parking is adequate and the applicants can account for parking. Madam Chair, on 57, I do want to comment there are 4 septic systems. The north outhouse is not permitted. However, it predates the Hutton ownership. It is a vault. The applicants say they empty it at the end of camp activities. There is a studio apartment also called the Gathering Place. It has an in-ground septic. That septic also is not permitted. It predates their ownership. We don't know the size of that. However, it is in ground. There's a south outhouse, vaulted toilet, 1,200 gallons in size. That is permitted and it is pumped at the end of activities. When you see on some of these drawings, we have listed a building under construction. That also has a vault septic system that is permitted, 2 stalls, each stall 200 gallons. That will be emptied at the end of camp activities. On lot 61, where the ranch manager stays, in-ground septic for the house. No signs are proposed. Electricity will be from Beartooth Electric. Dumpsters will be on the property for solid waste disposal. This does require site plan review because of the use, and it's not exempt because of the size. I'll try to be brief. We know of no hazardous substances that will be stored, handled, or disposed of on site. This use is not expected to impact any lakes, reservoirs, or streams. Use is not expected to impact any federal wetlands. Erosion control plan is not required. Ground disturbance will be less than 1 acre. Essentially, our conclusion is there will be little to no ground disturbance moving forward. It's already occurred. This is, of course, in the Clark's Fork planning area. Special site plan review is required. One condition is stream corridors. Those should be maintained. There should be a setback. Our conclusion is we don't see any new development that will impact the stream in this case. Another standard is steep slopes. Again, we don't anticipate any new development proposed on or near steep slopes. Wildlife habitat, that's a part of special site plan review. There's a whole list of things that are supposed to be accounted for, addressed. This standard does apply. Game and Fish commented, but they only commented in regard to be bear aware, essentially. They didn't respond to any crucial big game habitat. Again, our conclusion is that, one, this use will not result in any new development that will disturb wildlife. And of course, this camp will be in the summertime, not in the winter, when maybe crucial big game habitat is of more of a concern. Madam Chair, we have findings. Our recommendation is approve with the following conditions. 1 is Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations apply. 2, the applicant shall follow Wyoming Department of Game and Fish best practices for food storage. Number 3, the applicant shall finish construction of the proposed second vault toilet on lot 57 prior to commencing the use, and 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in our regulations. We're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Questions from the commissioners at this time? Okay, hearing none, I would open the public hearing for public comment. If you would like to comment from the public, if you would please stand and state your name.
Janice Combs.
You want to come up a little bit so we can all hear you, please? I'm sorry. It's just hard to hear from the back.
I'm Janice Combs.
Okay.
And I've worked with the Huttons at the camps. I've helped supply treats for them from my bakery, which is located in Florida. And they've always been very concerned about the young people that come. And they're very influential. That it's a good thing that the camp, how they treat the kids. And also, there's also a farmer's market now at the rec center in the summer. And once in a while, they do help with that too, when it's something I don't have at the farmer's markets. I know last year they got some pies from one of the vendors. So they do incorporate when they can the use of the Clark area to help support people in that area. And they keep it very, very clean at the camp. I've never been up there when anything's been nasty, and young people are always very respectful. I think it's a very good thing for Clark to have this state. So we're in support of it.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to comment? Yes, ma'am.
We are Scott and Gretchen Hutton, and this is our proposal before you.
Okay.
Glad to be with you at this point before commissioners. This journey began last August in applying for this special use permit. And in the process of documenting compliance, we've made every effort to respond diligently, thoroughly, timely, and accurately. It has been a journey of highs and lows. Among the highs have been the number of people, neighbors and community members that have shown up at these meetings to support us. It's prompted a number of conversations with community members, which has just opened up whole new avenues of ground that we discovered with one another. We've come to appreciate just how much Clark residents realize the beauty and grandeur within which they live, and how willing they are to share it with 15 for 15 days out of the summer with some teenagers from Minnesota. And we're grateful that it's been significant. And obviously the lows is the opposition, and sometimes that has come at us in ways that have been a little hard. But we care about everything that has been stated as concern and a point of opposition, and we are continuing to address the things. We've addressed everything that pertains to the special use permit, and we'll continue to care and address the things that are outside of this specific special use permit. Probably one of the things that this has prompted a conversation with our most immediate neighbor. And they've been more frequent conversations, more memorable, and certainly significant. And that we did lose him in the course of this with our neighbor, John Leinbach. He cared about any of the concerns, and we had significant conversations with him regarding those things. We looked forward. He reinstated his willingness to have campers come to his workshop and see and talk to them about what he would do. So we were really looking forward to ongoing cooperation with him, because we liked him on both sides. And we had a chance to really recount our history together with 20 years of being neighbors, and to expressly have appreciation for one another. So that those conversations took place. I'm grateful that this process really prompted us to take that kind of time with him. There are many in the community that have made a difference with campers, and John clearly was one of them. If I could just tell you one quick and brief story that we had a camper that resonated with John particularly, and the two of them kind of like. John would ask periodically how this camper was doing. Midway through this camper's junior year, we had the sorry report to give him that not only was this young boy no longer going to class, but he was resistant of getting out of bed. When he did get out of bed, he often retreated to under the bed. John, in his blunt cowboy way, delivered a message to him that in essence said, get up, get moving. I'm paying your way to camp next summer, so you better do your part. Well, it got this boy up and moving. He not only came back as a camper, he made sure he came back on staff before he left for the Marine Corps. And he's now completed 5 honorable years of service in the Marine Corps. So those are just some of, just a little example of some of the things that do happen with our community members. This process has confirmed for us that what we, that the practical and operational management of what we've been doing for 18 years in hosting campers and guests on our site, that we have been on target with best practices. And that would be everything from food storage to water conservation to how we handle wastewater, garbage, which we actually do access for 3 days a week that the landfill is open and we carry our own garbage. Vehicle parking, weed management and education, noise considerations, safety, lighting, and the local wildlife education. So we are prepared and ready to move forward. We seek every step of compliance. We seek your approval today. And just a reminder that our role in hosting Adventure Camp is a voluntary personal mission for my husband and I. And we have fully committed a full measure of our priorities and our energy, time, and resources towards this endeavor. Being able to collaborate with Central Minnesota Youth for Christ and imagining how we could bring Minnesota teenagers out to experience the grandeur of the West and to have significant, and often they are indeed milestone experiences for these kids. We are grateful to be at this point and ask you to give it full consideration, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Can I approach and share?
Yeah, if you want to give them to Commissioner Mangold, he can pass them down.
And probably a minor explanation, but I'm Connie King. I'm an immediate neighbor to the Huttons camp. I agree entirely with what Janice has said, and that the camp is marvelous and a wonderful thing to do to kids, for kids. I have said this all along. I honor Jerry's story. I honor all of you as my neighbors. I very much care about you, and I ask you to also see that I am also a child of God. My concerns that I have brought forward, and these pictures show, is violation of the covenants and how I've been treated when I have spoken with Mrs. Hutton about violations of the covenants. These photos show, and I can explain if you'd like, where they were cutting the horse trail 4 feet from the low water mark. This is very important to me because water rights are huge in Wyoming. My husband and the Bilodeaus.
If you'd please just address us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Anyway, our head gate was seriously jeopardized, and that's what these photos show. It shows erosion, the dramatic erosion that you see was in the flood last June when Red Lodge flooded. And it is directly across from our head gate. My husband and I and Dick Bilodeau were extremely concerned that we were going to lose it. 6 weeks after this flood that I show here, 3 of The ranch manager and 2 volunteers who are specifically there for the camp were cutting a horse trail about 500 feet above our head gate. My expertise is in wildlife. I have a 30-year career in wildlife, range management, and my master's degree was in riparian ecosystems. This was very frightening for us that we'd lose our gate. And then when I found them cutting out vegetation right next to the stream, this impacts riparian stream health and the integrity of the banks. And when I tried to talk to Mrs. Hutton, she told me that nobody really even knew what the subdivisions, what the covenants were in the subdivision. And there was no apology or asking for more information to appreciate the jeopardy. I'm sorry, I'm getting too long-winded, that I'm nervous, of course. And in regard to Mr. Dillvan saying that there's a question as to whether the covenants are enforced, my attorney, Daley Meinke, emphatically says the covenants are legally enforced, and if you read them, it says every decade they continue to renew until people decide to do away with them. So and the final thing is, I understand that the Game and Fish said that there was no wildlife impacts, but 3 weeks ago, I personally spoke to Tony Mung, and he informed me that the crucial habitat across the face of the mountain, forest, Lloyd knows what I'm talking about, that those colored elk are also using the state section, which adjoins my property, which touches Hutton's property. And the elk corridor that goes from the state section across my property through the middle of Hutton's and up over into Don Tolman's property, and then into BLM and into Montana, that this is part of that crucial elk migration corridor. So there's nuances in discussing that subject. Thank you. I'm sorry I was so long-winded.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you. I've been made aware that there is someone online that would like to comment on the public comment portion of this hearing. Would you identify yourself and go ahead, please? Pam Nelson, do you want to unmute and comment? Okay, with no response, we'll move forward. Is there anyone else that would like to comment, please?
Yeah, my name is James Hayes. Lived on Line Creek since spring of 2016. And honestly, even though I'm in line sight, I can see their property. I didn't even know they ran a camp until this winter. I adamantly support the camp. I think the liability is a little bit of a red herring. We have liability for that shared property anyway. Bed and breakfast have guests that enjoy it. I enjoy it. And I didn't even know about these covenants until the zoning and planning meeting. They were given to me when I closed. I've never read them. I've never seen them. I don't know how they're being enforced, but I support them and I like to see it continue.
Thank you.
I'm Vicki Snyder, a neighbor of the Huttons. Which is talking about the elk corridor. I can't remember if the Huttons said they have 10 or 12 lots that they own. They could state exactly how many. My concern is down the road, if the Huttons did not own these 10 to 12 lots and there was 10 to 12 more houses in that area, that would affect the elk and the wildlife corridor much more than what the Huttons are doing for a holistic food camp in the summer. You would have way more four-wheeler traffic. Just on our side of Line Creek, I would say 90% of the people have four-wheelers, side-by-sides, whatever you guys want to call them. You add that many more, if there were houses in that area, I bet every one of them would have those pieces of equipment with much more traffic going up and down that road than what they have just during particularly the camp that they plan to have. So I'm very much in favor of the Huttons, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Yes, ma'am. we can't quite hear real well. Vicky's voice carries, but I'm not sure.
We all know that mine doesn't.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Carrie Satterwhite. I live in Ralston. I'm a Park County resident who just kind of picked up on this. And I guess I'm concerned about the liability of the common area. I live near a creek in Ralston there. So if something like this happened to us, you know, we would be concerned for the liability. People can sign liability waivers all day long. Doesn't really mean anything when you're going to court. People who live there, when you buy a lot there, you're given a copy of the covenants. Anyone who owns common ground or an interest in the common ground are bound by the covenants, according to the covenants. So if you're hurt as a resident on the common ground, you're kind of on your own private property. Where you've got other people who don't own the property, then that becomes the liability. So I kind of been thinking about this, and I think maybe the way to solve the liability issue is to have them ask for a permit to use state land, which is adjoining there, to do their hiking and riding. Also, the Powell Economic Development has the AmeriCorps Vista program. They're looking for groups to work with on BLM land. So that might be a way to solve that common ground liability issue. And the cutting of all the vegetation that is also against the covenants. So I guess that's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
My name is Jerry Hill. A lot of you know me. You know, I used to live on Lake Creek. Actually, Kemmington used to have a place up there. My barn burned down up there. I mean, that common ground area is a bad area. You know, it needs grazed. You know, they had 2 fires through there. I know Ken, when we had his cows up there, they would come down. I think this was in 07. You know, they would graze the creek. And Connie would call and you know, I could get along with everybody in here. But Connie would call and say, get those cows back where they belong. And so I did. And I think that's the only reason why Connie in that fire in 07 didn't lose her house. But Hutton's did. You know, Hutton's lost their house there in it was 07. And so, you know, I live on Rock Creek now, so I have nothing to do. But I think this common ground area that needs to be addressed with those people there. You know, it is a big area, but I don't think it has anything to do with us. And I just wanted to address that but I am totally for their camp. And I was a kid here from New York, and I came to Shiloh, and I think we need this in this community. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Yes.
I just was gonna talk a little bit about that liability issue.
Okay.
One, there is coverage there for that. 2, Youth for Christ has its own coverage, and 3, Wyoming is a ride at your own risk state. I mean, there's a thing in place that says if you ride anywhere, you're riding at your own risk, and so that's a huge coverage as well for liability.
Thank you. Did you state your name?
Oh, I'm Judy Jefferson. I live in Clark.
Thank you. Okay, we're getting short on time here, but
Short in time.
Okay.
Got it. Wanted to also address the liability issue, and we have been acutely aware of that, and we agree with Judy that the Wyoming Safety and Recreation Act is a great protector. But in addition to that, Youth for Christ has always provided liability coverage for the camp activity, and that is something they provide for all youth across the whole country that where they have activities in place. They have specifically now said that they will add to that, you know, that description of our property, they will add the tracks that will also cover the common ground. That all came into play yesterday when we received a letter. I believe you received it as well from Dick Billadu and Deb Thomas about that liability issue on the common ground. And the national risk management team and legal team have come together and said that they will add those, the description of those 4 tracks that encompass the common ground. That will take a little bit of time to get that insurance, that certificate of insurance, you know, back to us with, and they give us one each year, 30 days before the camp start. And that will reflect the new addition of that common ground area.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
we've added that level of protection.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair. 30 seconds back.
Okay.
I'm Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, and I just wanted to comment a little bit on the bridge. Normally, we don't look at private bridges because they're a private entity and owned by multiple people. I will say if that bridge was a county bridge, it would probably be on our 5 to 10 year plan for major rehabilitation and replacement. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a load rating study done on that bridge. I did ask, so I've got 2 members of the Cody Fire Department on my staff. And one of them, when they had the fire last time where Miss Ruth lost her life, he drove a Park County, what do you say, engine number 4, which is a large, you know, one of the regular size fire engines. He drove it across fully loaded, it's 20-ton truck. And he said it was a white knuckle affair, but he did take it across. So they were across the road fight fire. So I just offer all that just a little bit of perspective on the bridge. And they said the other 2 they wouldn't cross it, with the Crossfire and Good Girl, they would not cross it.
So I'm gonna address that issue with that second middle bridge. That second middle bridge is on Sutter Drive that was replaced last year. We put in a 100-ton flatbed railroad car. And it has timbers on it right now that are 8 inches thick all the way across that bridge, and they're oak maple timbers.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I guess I have a question for the applicants. Can you continue to operate your camp without utilizing the common ground?
You know, I'll say, yes, we could. But then where does it stop? You know, we have, and help us understand the difference then when there are VRBOs or vacation.
We're not talking about those, ma'am. We're talking about your application.
They market their places.
Their application is not in front of us. Your application, their application is not in front of us. We're discussing your application.
Okay.
And that's all the question I had is, can you do it? And the other question I have is, and it's a common ground situation, which means all your neighbors own it. And if your neighbor doesn't want you using if you came to us and had all the neighbors stand up here saying, hey, go ahead, take it, use it, I would be more susceptible to approving. But that's why I asked the question, if you can operate without using the common ground.
We can. There's just a small section of horse trail that goes through the common ground. We have a neighbor who has offered to let us expand rides into that area. The drawback to that is that it's unshaded, you know, all of the rest of is unshaded. So, you know, there is just a real aesthetic appeal to the being.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking a
yes.
Simple yes or no question.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
But the stipulation in the covenants is that if you do something in the common ground, you are doing it for yourself and your neighbors. And so we are not the only ones that use the horse trails in the common ground. So that activity will not stop if we stop. And the repair that was done on that horse trail, unfortunately, Pam was not able to respond to that, but I know that complaint is unsubstantiated at this point.
Okay. We need to keep moving. So are there any other questions from the commissioners at the moment? I need to close the public hearing before. There was no other public comment, right?
Madam Chair, I have some concerns and I'm not, I don't know
Close the
if we
public hearing.
want to close the public hearing if we're going to continue. That's all I'm gonna say, because I have my input is gonna be basically this. There seems to be the issue here is the covenants. And it was mentioned earlier that the covenants can be renewed every 10 years or modified. If we close the public hearing, we have the opportunity to act and maybe not include the common ground as part of this SUP. Or give them the opportunity to update the covenants to reflect the fact that this could be allowed within the common ground. I know we don't enforce covenants, but we do lately require them. And so we should at least acknowledge them in special use permits like this. So therefore, I'm not sure we want to close the public hearing at this time.
And I would be in agreement to not closing it at this time. If we have to continue, we can continue. The question arises if you can continue forward with your application without utilizing the common ground, if you would state that in your application that they would be limited to your property and
Less 54.
what's that?
Lot 54 is the
Well,
only
yeah,
one that's.
or they're just limited to their property, the property that's the SUP is applying, you're applying for, and any other permitted or leased property. But at this point in time, I'm in somewhat of agreement with Commissioner Teal is that it seems like the common ground and the utilization of the common ground for this activity is the sticking point.
Commissioner,
Madam Chair, I guess I see an issue here is where the government is getting involved in something we wouldn't do, because in all my years of law enforcement, easements and common grounds assigned to the property owner can also be granted to their guests. Same moves forward with when you start talking about the covenants, which we have no say in any of your covenants, period. But I think that what we really have to look at is, if I have an easement to my property, I can allow as many people as I want to come onto that property and use that easement or the common grounds. We run into this in subdivisions, for instance, out at across from the KOA, where people are letting their friends ride through there. And again, there was nothing we can do. This is a little different. I get it, because we're looking at granting a special use permit. So I understand those items, but I guess that's where I would have an issue until we can talk to legal or something about closing public hearing.
And I know, I would just say, I think what we're moving into, the territory we're moving into is just a commercial activity. And granted, when you have private property, it's you can allow your guests to do what you want on your private property.
There's a point of clarification. This is not a commercial activity.
Do you receive income from it, sir?
Pardon?
Are fees collected?
No, not. This has been a gift of ours, personal to the Youth for Christ organization. They are a not-for-profit.
I understand not for profit can still be a business.
But they do not achieve returnable gains on this camp, and we provide all of the housing, food, all of that at our own expense.
But their charges are levied to join this camp.
There is a $475 camping fee that Youth for Christ helps these kids raise to cover some of the expenses, travel, some of the activity expenses that are required. But there is no profit margin in any.
motion to continue. Yes, I would need a motion to continue, and we need to probably set an indefinite date but we need to have specifics as to what is expected for the reason for continuing. So we need to state what we're waiting for.
I think we can do it without, but Madam Chair, do we have a date and time available that might work?
May 2nd.
It's pretty clear. Is that what you want?
I think I can get the questions. Well, What do you think? You think you need more time?
Between now and May 2nd, or, yeah, no, I think between now and May 2nd.
And you want more clarification on the covenants and the legal,
Yes, because yes,
what time would we have available?
We would do 11:30 or 1:15.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we continue the public hearing to 1:30 on May 2nd.
second,
It's been moved and seconded to continue this public hearing on the Be There Beartooth Ranch SUP 245 to May 2nd at 1:30. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay. So we'll try to get some answers and work with you and let you know what other questions might come up.
Responsibility.
Okay. I think we need to do a little research and talk to legal, probably, and then we'll let you know.
there's a difference between that. Yes. Custom.
Hey,
You,
yeah, I did like
I
that.
agree
break.
with you 100%.
So. Right.
We're way past.
Yeah,
You can't do it. That's all it's sitting there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're not gonna get a break right now.
As well.
We,
You may call sometime and I'll tell you how that subdivision started and what Phyllis Briner had in mind for the wilderness area.
okay, we'll keep moving. The next thing on our agenda was actually a public hearing scheduled for 10:35 on Sandbar Ranch, SUP number 248.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Powell local. We did receive a special use application from Michael Sand in February. He submitted building plans, which you had a chance to see, for an indoor riding arena. Also, he submitted an application statement. He submitted an application map. They talked in that application, talked about the use, infrastructure, how the use will be in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood. He also submitted, the applicant submitted a boarding agreement, a liability notice, a release and hold harmless agreement, and a training and liability contract. They were all attached. The applicant then also later submitted an updated application statement where the applicant indicated that he would no longer like to hold, should this be approved, would no longer hold horse shows or equine clinics. They will not occur on the property. Figure 1 shows the building locations and parking area and other things. So the applicants request approval of the special use permit with site plan review for use that will be equine trainings and lessons, recreation, horseback riding, and equine boarding. The facility will not be open to the general public. Clients will be invited to the property and be required to follow guidelines and follow agreements. Most of the horse-related activities will occur in the 7,500 square foot indoor riding arena. Applicant said that they will occur on a weekly basis, the activities, only during daylight hours. Applicant expects there'll be 1 to 3 people there at a time. He anticipates no more than 6 horses other than his will be on the property being boarded. Of course, some applicant owns horses that stay there. And the area where the SUP is proposed is approximately 2 acres in size. On this property, there is also an outdoor riding arena just east of the indoor riding arena. The applicant has 3 small horse shelters. And these things will be used by this major recreation facility should it be approved. The applicant has plans to construct 3 additional horse shelters on the property, and the applicant has some additional outdoor stalls that will be utilized. We've classified this as major recreation facility, primarily because of this indoor riding arena will not be just for personal use, and it's greater than 5,000 square feet. This parcel is 4.62 acres. It is, it's not in a subdivision, so it is a parcel. I mentioned this use is in the GRP zoning district, and major recreation facility uses are permitted there with an SUP, should it be approved. In figure 2, we show the property location. It's unaddressed parcel about 2 miles east of Powell, south of County Road 8.5, and just west of Hacienda Road. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 3 that directly to the north, south, and east property are residential. There are some agriculture parcels in the area, and there is a residential vacant land. There is a subdivision right to the east on the east side of Hacienda Road. On this parcel, there's a barn, horse corrals, again, in the indoor riding arena, outdoor riding arena, and horse shelters. In terms of legal notices, this is, of course, is a public hearing. So we had legal notices in the Powell Tribune. One was on March 30th, one was on April 11th. On March 27th, we sent a certified letter to neighboring property owners. We also shared the staff report prior to today with you, with the applicant, with the public. Agency referrals, SUP, we notify agencies we think might have a relevant interest. We sent a notice to DEQ. They sent their response talking about what would be needed for certain activities. The Park Fire District responded. They said they can provide fire protection provided accesses are constructed to accommodate their equipment. Park County Treasurer was notified. They responded saying first half of their property taxes are paid. We did get a response from the Wyoming State Fire Marshal, Nick Hudson. Originally, he was under the understanding that this use would hold clinics and shows. In that case, he said there would need to be something submitted for their review. After the applicant said, we don't want to have clinics, we don't want to have shows, Mr. Hudson responded and said he considers this a private arena. However, so as a result, they won't have to do any, his office will not have to do any review, or his department. Public Works responded. They talked about access to the site from Hacienda Road, which comes from Park County Lane 8.5. Hacienda Road is a private road, is maintained by the applicant. Public Works anticipates that traffic volume should not increase substantially should this use be approved. And it will not change the classification of that county road. Public Works said a drainage plan will not be required. And also Public Works said since the proposed disturbance will involve less than an acre, a stormwater permit from DEQ will not be required. Game and Fish responded, and you saw the response. They have no wildlife comments on the project. Park County Conservation District has not submitted a response. However, we did discuss the need for a soils report with the applicant. The applicant did went on the website and did create his own soils report. And it was directed to us. We saw no concerns. Another concern or a comment I'll make is this indoor riding arena is already developed. So there really will be no new buildings. So that was part of the reason why we did not require a soils report. Weed and Pest stated a long-term noxious weed plan will not be required. They do recommend the applicant follow best management practices. Rocky Mountain Power responded. They said they can serve this use. Shoshone Irrigation responded. They said this use should not interfere with any of their irrigation equipment. Madam Chair, we've not received any public comments. Public Works reviewed this application in March. They recommended approval. You saw the list of their recommended conditions. It's on page 7 of our staff report. I'll just highlight, or I'll just mention number 4. That is a response from the Shoshone Irrigation District. That condition has been met. So what the applicant said in terms of compatibility and impacts, and also just his explanation of what they want to do, he said there will be little noise or dust from the use. There'll be a small amount of traffic. The applicant said he maintains Hacienda Road when it's needed. He said that his horse stalls are cleaned daily, manure stored in a compost pile, then hauled to the landfill on a regular basis. Applicant said that his haystacks are well maintained. Loose hay does not blow into adjacent properties. The applicant said he and his wife take pride and passion in what they do. They have both managed similar facilities in the past. He thinks this use will be a great asset to the community. He said the property does have Northwest Rural Water. He said there is, at the time, he said there's no septic available. But he said people are there for a shorter period of time, no more than an hour. Of course, we'll talk about septic in a minute. Rocky Mountain Power is available on the property and natural gas. I believe though to this facility, the indoor riding arena, I think it only has electricity. Applicant said, if I remember correctly, he will not have gas go to it. In terms of building setbacks, the use has no structures within 20 feet of a county road right of way. No covenants are proposed or exist on this property. No other lighting is proposed. No nonconformities are known to exist. No nuisances have been reported to us in regard to this location. In terms of services and infrastructure, access is from Hacienda Road, from County Road 8.5. Hacienda Road is on a parcel. I believe the entirety of Hacienda Road is on a parcel just to the north of the parcel we're talking about. That is owned by the applicant and his wife. In terms of domestic water, again, the property does have Northwest Rural Water. However, the applicant does not want to provide potable water to clients. He said they'll need to bring their own water. Horses can come from Northwest Rural Water. Already mentioned the irrigation district. I apologize. We have a mistake on page 9. We say no response from the irrigation district has been received. That should read a response has been received. In terms of parking, we have parking regulations. So for a non-residential use, our regs say 1 parking space for each 400 square feet of building area. Given the size of the indoor riding arena, we calculate 19 parking spaces. Originally, the applicant had something less than that. However, he has submitted a revised parking plan. It shows 18 spaces for vehicles without trailers, 3 spaces for vehicles with trailers. So our conclusion is that appears to be adequate in regard to parking. Again, there's no septic system on this property. The applicant would like to use a chemical toilet, and this solution appears adequate to us for this use. The electricity does go to the indoor riding arena. He's not proposing natural gas. He is proposing 1 sign to help clients identify the property where he wants them to access the use from Hacienda Road. We told him that sign should not exceed 80 square feet, and he will need a building permit from us. Of course, solid waste is available through solid waste disposal is available through private providers. Site plan review is required for a major recreation facility. The size of this use does not exempt it from that. I'll just comment on the things that I've not already commented on.
Okay, just let me interrupt you for
Yes,
just 1
I'm
second.
sorry.
We did have another public hearing scheduled for 10:50. I just want to mention that we are running 10 to 15 minutes behind. So unless without objection, we can finish this one if that's okay. And then we'll get to the Whisper Ridge if there's no objection. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So to our knowledge, no hazardous substance will be stored, handled, or disposed of on site. This use did not expect to impact any lakes, reservoirs, or streams, not expected to impact any federal wetlands. Erosion and runoff and erosion control plan is not required by Public Works. This use is not in an overlay district, and this use is in the POW planning area, so special site plan review is not required. We have findings, we have photographs. Madam Chair, we recommend approval of this special use permit with site plan review. Our recommended conditions are Park County noise, lighting, and other regulations apply. A chemical toilet or an in-ground system should be required on site prior to the commencement of the use. If a chemical toilet is used, should be anchored to resist wind and emptied on a regular basis. Overnight camping is prohibited. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with our Park County regulations. We're happy to answer questions.
Questions from the commissioners at this time? This is a public hearing, so I would ask for any public comment on the Sandbar Ranch SUP number 248. Anybody here that would like to comment? Yes, state your name, please.
I'm Mike Christensen, and we actually show live, but we also have a joining property with these folks, and I just wanted to come and, I got a thing in the mail, I just wanted to come and support them. And we do stuff at the ranch, and we have cows and stuff and can't do things up there, so I kind of wanted to see what this was about, if we had ever had to do that time, but there's quite a bit that's entailed, and maybe we can work with them at some point and show people on track out or do something in the future, but anyway, largely, I just wanted to come and support them and my son said, well, if they build more stuff there, he called it the sanctuary for all the pheasants, so maybe they'll have to pack their bags and come back to our. Anyway, I just wanted to support them and here to. Well,
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else that wants to comment on this application?
Public hearing, ma'am. Madam
Second.
Chair.
Then moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Sandbar Ranch SUP 248 with conditions applied by staff.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the application for Sandbar Ranch SUP 248. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-17.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna wear your voice out, Kim.
Where in the world did you come up
Yeah,
with the name?
going right into the next one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing on our agenda is public hearing for Whisper Ridge minor subdivision number 73 sketch plan.
This is the second set of comments. Just so we can have them. Madam Chair, Jenny is giving you all the second comment from BLM. I noticed in the packet, it said that was attached. They weren't attached. So this is the second set of comments from BLM.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So Madam Chair, this is a minor subdivision. It's sketch plan review. Of course, this is a public hearing. The applicant is Grable River Ranch. This property is in the GRM zoning district. The planning area is Meeteetse local. We did receive an application in February of this year, payment sketch plan, copied notice of intent. A revised sketch plan was received on March 15th. You had a chance to see that. That is in figure 1. So the applicant requests approval of this sketch plan. So it's a 5-lot subdivision. One lot will be 7.43 acres. One lot will be 5.87 acres. One lot 7.3. One lot 7.84 and one lot 9.84 acres, all for residential use. And should this be approved, there'll be a remaining parcel of approximately just over 200 acres. We've classified this as a minor subdivision. The applicant is planning for 5 lots. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with the GRM zoning district. And again, you had a chance to see the newest sketch plan in figure 1. I will say, Madam Chair, on the back of page 2 of our staff report, it talks about the legal description. Currently, it's 239.5 acres. We did have a note. The applicant is in the final stages of completing a boundary line adjustment. That is in the southwest corner of the property. And when that's complete, I don't think it is yet, but when that's complete, they'll be able to move forward, continue to move forward with the subdivision, have the 5 lots, have that remainder parcel the size I indicated. Okay. The location is shown in figure 2. This property is approximately 20 miles northeast of Meeteetse. It's on the north side of County Road 3 LE. In terms of site characteristics, we have a topo map shown in figure 3. Property is vacant, unirrigated ag rangeland, moderately hilly. Average slope, we calculate approximately 21%. Property declines in elevation north to south. Madam Chair, there is you saw this, there is a existing 2-track road, which is private, that runs from the county road to federal lands bordering the north. That in part, I mentioned that because that will kind of explain one of the comments we received from BLM. And there is a wetland area that we identified, or we saw had been identified by the Fish and Wildlife Service that is seasonally flooded, potential stream bed running north to south. So I think we'll talk about that in a minute. Of course, the Army Corps of Engineers is the authority over wetlands. Should they decide that it needs to be permitted or approved or any of those conditions. Neighboring land use, that's shown in figure 4. North and west of this property are exempt federally managed lands. Ag lands are to the south. This is close to the Bighorn County border between Park County, approximately 1,000 feet to the east of this proposed subdivision. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. We did share this plan with the Meeteetse planning area. And they so we did share this application with them. It is in their area. They have been notified. Do you remember, did they recommend approval? Sorry, they recommend approval. I was trying to remember. They had no problems with the subdivision. There was a notice of intent to subdivide that was in the Cody Enterprise in January and February. We did notice this public hearing also in the Cody Enterprise. That notice occurred on March 30th and April 11th. On March 27th, the certified notice was mailed to local property owners. We shared the staff report with you and with the applicant. In terms of agency referrals, of course, we have a list of agencies we have to notify when it's a subdivision. We shared that notice with BLM. They responded. They commented that they do not show a BLM easement going through this property. Again, because we knew there was a true track road and the applicant wants to establish easements. BLM says essentially this is not a public road to their property, is my understanding. It will be a private easement for the benefit of these lot owners. And they shared an additional email and they talked about fencing, and that's the material we just shared with you. I apologize for not getting it in the staff report. The state engineer's office, they responded that the only parcel was lot 29, current lot 29, with a permit to appropriate groundwater. Bighorn Rural Electric, they responded. So we visited with them several times. They said the only way to serve these subdivision lots with power would be to install a backbone on the north side of the highway. You can see when you look on the sketch plan that the county road does run through essentially this property. There is electricity on the southeast side of the county road. However, Bighorn Rural Electric Company says they prefer to have a backbone on the north side of the road. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention also, you know this, in terms of utility, since this is a minor, our regs say minor subdivisions shall install electricity adjacent to each lot. However, our regs say in regard to utility standards, at a minimum, utility standards shall meet the requirements of the utility providing the service. I guess our recommendation is to have the applicant establish that backbone on the north side of the road. It would require a subdivision improvements agreement, but that's currently our recommendation. Weed and Pest, they responded. Initial inspection was completed. Mary did not find any noxious weeds. However, she will require a weed management plan because of ground disturbances in the future. Postal Service responded. They have the capacity to provide service. Meeteetse Fire Department responded. They will respond should emergency be necessary. Park County School District number 16 will provide students with bus service. TCT can provide internet, phone, and TV to the subdivision. DEQ responded, agency contact should activities occur. Park County Treasurer said first half of taxes are paid. Public Works responded, commented that legal access is from and frontage from County Road 3LE. They said that increase in traffic from the proposed use will not alter the classification of the roadway. Public Works knows that no new roads are proposed. They did comment there's an unpermitted access close to or where proposed lots 1 and 2 will occur. Public Works said that will not require a right-of-way permit. Individual access points from the road are available for each of these 5 lots through Public Works. However, Public Works does recommend shared access points, but they said they will not require that. They do recommend that. They did say a right-of-way permit from Public Works is required for all new accesses. Also, they said addresses to lots will be obtained from Public Works. Public Works said in regard to power service and utility, they said the number of allowable crossings from Public Works will be 2 overhead crossings in regard to electricity, is my understanding. Public Works does not have any concerns with drainage or erosion control. Jenny mentioned, Batitsi local planning area approved this. Game and Fish has no major concerns. They still indicated they're concerned about the number of proposed subdivisions. Graybull Valley Irrigation District, they confirmed they have no infrastructure easements on this property. The Batitsi Conservation District did provide a soils report. 4 classifications were found. The majority of the property accounts for, or 1 soil type accounts for 87% of the property. They talked about any potential limitations. We've not had any public comments. We did have a pre-app meeting in December. Fees have been paid. Title report has been submitted to us that had a date of February. Of course, solid waste disposal services are available through private providers. I mentioned Bighorn Electric will serve the subdivision. Again, they recommend a backbone on the north side of the road. Natural gas is not available in the area. Sketch plan has been provided. You saw that. Subsurface evaluations were done on proposed lots 1, 2, and 5. Perk rates were from 6 to 12 minutes per inch. Excavation cuts were made. 1 was to 9 feet 6 inches, 1 was to 10 feet 6 inches, and 1 was to 11 feet 5 inches. No groundwater or impermeable layers were discovered. Our conclusion is conventional systems will likely be sufficient in regard to septic. Domestic water, the applicant is planning for individual water wells. A water well sample was collected from a well on proposed lot 2. That was in February of this year. No E. coli or coliform was detected. Nitrogen was at 0.7 milligrams per liter. TDS was reported at 2,380 parts per million. Of course, that's over that recommended cutoff of 500. Anything above that is objectionable. Of course, TDS is makes the water cloudy, could impart an odor, could result in taste or aesthetic effects, but TDS is really not binding. Sodium was detected at 224. People on low sodium diets should inform their medical provider if sodium in water is greater than 100. Iron was at 0.6, considered objectionable. Sulfate was at 1,400. Again, that might impart a salty taste. Arsenic nor lead, neither of those were detected. In terms of ag impacts, the majority of this property is undeveloped vacant land. Again, it borders BLM land. We talk about the subdivider considering installing a perimeter fence. Also, the applicant will be required to comply with weed and pest. Should the subdivision be adequately fenced, we're not concerned about disturbances of pests, litter, pests, litter or domestic pests. We don't anticipate weed development or litter occurring. There's no irrigation facility on the property. This property is not in an ag overlay district. Of course, there's no irrigation water rights on the property. It's not crossed by a ditch. Our conclusion is no state review is required regarding electricity. Design and improvement standards have been met. This property is not in any overlay district. Planning and zoning reviewed this sketch plan in March. Their number 5 condition was a soils report from the Meeteetse Conservation District be submitted. That has been completed. They had a number of conditions, some of it regarding the that waterway, in regard to the natural wetland inventory, that riverine potentially. Our conclusion is that should this, because this is obviously a subdivision, it will reduce acreage available for agriculture uses. To our knowledge, there's no hazardous conditions that we know of or have been reported. No part of the subdivision is in a special flood hazard area. No future road uses are planned. I already mentioned that. Madam Chair, we have findings. We also have conditions that we recommend. First of all, we recommend approval of the subdivision should you see fit. If you don't mind, I'll try to read these recommended conditions quickly. Applicant shall provide all easements required by utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public utilities providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow maintenance of the system. In no case shall it be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be on the final plat. We recommend number 2, the applicant shall complete and record the boundary line adjustment to combine and merge lands within lot 4 of section 13 and lot 30 of section 12, south of County Road 3LE, with the parcel lying south of the subdivision prior to final plat review. Number 3 is the applicant shall show the riverine wetland on a final plat and place a note on the final plat. According to the National Wetland Inventory, a riverine wetland has been identified on this parcel. And please note the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a regulatory authority over the wetlands, and it is unlawful to begin work that will affect the wetland without a Department of Army permit when one is required. Madam Chair, if I may pause, we have Army Corps has been notified. We've not received any response back from them regarding this wetland. Is it?
Right. We actually put that in the applicant's report that they're working with them. So
Okay.
additional information.
Thank you.
Our number 4 recommended condition is the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan prior to our department, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners. Number 5 is the applicant shall install a partition fence that meets the requirements of state statute 1128-106 along the boundary lines between the proposed subdivision and Bureau of Management Lands. Number 6, the applicant shall place a condition on the final plat. Any access approach that is intended to serve the lots of the subdivision shall meet Park County Road and Bridge standards, will require a right-of-way permit from Public Works Department. Number 7, following board approval of the sketch plan, prior to your approval of the final plat, the applicant shall submit appropriate SIA agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, utility fencing and so on, for review by staff and approved by the county attorney and the board. Number 8, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office. Number 9, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Number 10, the applicant shall include the following statement on the final plat. Seller does not warrant to the purchaser that there are any rights to the natural flow of any stream within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Wyoming law does not recognize any riparian rights to the continued natural flow of a stream or river for persons living on the banks of the stream or river. And number 11, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and minimum subdivision requirements set forth Wyoming statute 185306. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Any questions from the commissioners at the time? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would ask for any public comment on the proposal for the Whisper Ridge minor subdivision. Any public comment?
Sure what? Jeff on the manager, big one, electric, and then Todd Herman's our line. Yeah, any question? We serve in 5 counties and also 2 in Montana, the electric service. And we for sure provided big part and parts for this subdivision. We realize there's difference between but the rules and regs of ours as part of the Public Service Commission state versus the requirement of the county. And so we're concerned about that too. As our rules state that the developer of a development, since it's a subdivision, shall pay in advance the cost of the backbone system, including all primary distribution lines, transformers, protective equipment, right-of-way acquisitions, and engineering costs prior to starting construction. Normal subdivision that we do that we're providing a sketch plan. We meet with the developer, try to figure out where the roads are going to be proposed outside, so that we can determine the best manner of laying out our proposed lot. Doesn't do much good to have power over here, and the proposed sites could be over here of the roads. It's not going to work, and so that's what we're trying to do is make sure the lines that Kim referred to along the highway. Those are our distribution feeder lines. They go all the way to the TT. They're not the backbone for a subdivision. Backbone is what comes off of the distribution line and get placed up to the lots. And we try to provide those, get the developer, put the primary power in the best places on the lot line so that you're not running to each individual one. You can serve off more than one lot and opposite transform one is properly correct. So that's what we're trying to get sure that happened. We visited several times with Bruce Jacobson, who's the representative of the Grable River Ranch regarding the plan. There's been discussion about providing conduit from the power pole on the south side of the road, going underground, then coming up with that conduit alongside the easement. We've given estimates for providing overhead lines. We'll continue to discuss with Bruce and try to determine the best approach for getting the backbone power to these lots so that when a landowner does buy, they're able to get power through the electric system in a reasonable manner and a reasonable cost. Big one is concerned that our rules and regulations be known relative to the proposed subdivision and then a formal plan and or agreements relative to the providing of the backbone electric system are executed between the Grable River Ranch and Big One that can be filed with the subdivision plat before final approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, sir. You can identify yourself, please.
My name is Ed Reed. I'm a surveyor from Morrison, Maryland. I work with Group in the development. I have a comment on this as the surveyor and looking this over. And my comment would be, I asked that the commissioners would remove the utility part of this from the SIA simply because it sets a time limit of 1 year. We don't know when these lots would sell. For one, they could be sitting there for 5 years. And so if the person who buys the lot, where are they going to build within that lot? These lots are over 700 feet long. So is the person going to build next to the road or further back on the lot? Where is he going to build the backbone for the infrastructure for this? You know, if the buyer builds, he puts the infrastructure to the back of the lot, 700 feet, he puts all that primary in, and the buyer wants to build next to the road because he prefers that view, he just wasted all that money. but he only has a year to decide when it's in an SIA. So there's an issue there. Also, we've all known in subdivision, depending on the lots with our buyers coming into this county, the buyer can buy several lots, not just one. And so if he puts all this infrastructure for each lot and the buyer buys 3 lots, he puts 3 lots of infrastructure in when the buyer only needs one for 1 lot. Again, waste of money. And then 2, REA in their own bylaws, basically, I mean, yes, the developer needs to put in all the infrastructure, but it also says in their bylaws that the power is to each lot. And it is based on each lot. And the developer has made a proposal to help install bores to ease the infrastructure coming across to the north side of the road. So that if a buyer, decides to bring power into a certain spot and all the easements are in place. So if the lots are bought individually and not just, one buyer buys 3 or 4 or the whole thing, the power can be put where it needs to be. So long-term future, if it's all sold individually, the easements are in place. If one buyer buys it all, then, it's not needed. But in Wyoming, it's sort of, not to say buyer beware, but of the code of the West, if he has it in the contract to know, hey, the power's alongside the road, the bores are there to get the power across, the easements are in place. This is what it's going to cost to get power, depending on your house site. This is what it's going to cost you. It's not the REA's responsibility to put it in for you and pay for it. It's your responsibility to pay for the cost to get the power to your house site. And that's how Bruce, the developer, would sell it. And in contracts to sell the lots, that's how it would be. And so I propose that's, instead of putting this through an SIA, the utilities, we would, write it in as that condition. So that time contract wouldn't be in there. Because in a year, we wouldn't know and be a waste of money on how to decide where and when best to put the power. What crossing to be placed, because we don't know if lot 1 would sell first, or lot 5 would sell first, or lot 3. And where will the buyer decide to build the house? So I guess part of that problem is this backlog, we don't really know where it would be. So I guess we're asking for, some common sense on this infrastructure on how best to do this. I mean, an SIA with this time limits of 1 year and possibly the 6-month extension may not be a wise feasible solution. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of clarification, SIA terms are 18 months for power, is 12 for water.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment?
Am I supposed to comment during public comment?
You can, yes. I assume you're the developer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
If you'd stand and identify yourself,
Yeah,
please.
Bruce Jacobson. And I think that we can probably, I think we'll be able to work things out with Bighorn Electric. We kind of thought when we we're looking at doing this, we're not like a big developer, and there's 30 acres on the branch there that's on the hillside that's not of very much value agriculturally, and we'll have to talk about the wetland in a minute, but there's as far as the natural wetland, it's hard to even envision if you see this hillside that there's a natural wetland there, because there's hardly a blade of grass on the hill. I think it's from an old ditch that used to be up on the hill years and years ago. It's been abandoned. But anyway, going back to the power, we just thought this should be a really simple deal. The lots would be all right along the highway. Don't need to do an access road. And they're large lots where people could have a horse or a cow if they wanted. They'd have to obviously bring in some feed for it, but they'd have room. That's kind of our vision. And I think that for a subdivision inside of town, Cody or Powell or Burlington for that matter, you know, where they're half acre, 1 acre lots, you know, the developer, you know, just makes sense to have him put in all that. They're calling it the backbone. Make sure that, you know, all the lots, anybody that buys a lot, the power is right there. They don't have to bring it from a half mile away into their 1 acre lot. Then the case of a rural subdivision and rural lots where you got, you know, in this case, 5 to 10 acre lots, or let's say you had a, you know, 20 or 40 acre lots, you know, the cost for us up front becomes really cumbersome. And, you know, when we were looking at a $20,000 dollar budget to go through the development process on this, and now we're looking, you know, we're looking at different options, but it's looking like, you know, even with us providing the boards and then them doing different stuff, it can be anywhere, you know, between $15,000 and $75,000 to, you know, provide the backbone on the other side of the highway. And then, you know, that all needs to be, you know, doesn't need to be, but in order to make it worthwhile for us to do something like this, then it has to be passed on to the end user. And like Ed said, we don't know. Just so you know, we did a similar subdivision in the neighboring county, Acorn County, and one guy did buy all the lots, and he and his wife, and they've said that their plan is probably just to build one house. And, you know, someday they need money, they may end up, you know, selling some of the other, but, yeah, our concern is it's huge for us. And in the case of this really simple minor, we're trying to make it an affordable rural subdivision. In our case, to provide a full scale backbone to this community makes it a lot more risky. And if it is on the high end of what we're talking about, we may not even decide to do it at all. And because it's so much risk and you know, with everything happening in the economy, there's just things can fall apart really fast, and all the other costs invested plus the power, you know, put $100,000 into it, and then things don't sell for 3 or 4 or 5, 10 years, then anyway, this adds to the whole dynamic, the risk dynamic. So our hope is we can work something out with Bighorn where we can let the owners know that the power is right there along the front of each lot. It is right there at the front. It is across the highway, but we feel like $15,000 we'd spend to put these 3-inch conduits into the highway in 3 different locations. That would allow each lot owner, you know, easy access to get power wherever they want on the lot, whether it's they want to build up in the front to save themselves money, or if they want to go up on top of the hill to get away from the highway. It's going to cost them a lot more money to build a road up there and bring the water up there and the power. But we think that a solution like that, and we're on the sales document on plat, some sort of document that when we sell it to the end customer, where it just specifically says here, this is the situation. We've got power line here, conduits are here into the highway, and from there, you know, wherever you want to put the power on your lot, you know, it's going to be your cost. So we're hoping something like that can be worked out. We have no problem with that being on some sort of a document that needs to accompany the sale. So if any of you have any questions about?
I'm sure I have a question. We're kind of splitting hairs on technicalities. Yes, I kind of understand, I believe all of this. My question is, can the compromise be reached with Beartooth by one board? So would that suffice, a backbone on the north side of the highway with the junction box for primary power somewhere in the middle around lot 3, with the utility easement on the north side of the highway that no lot owner would have more than about 600 feet to get to their property? I know we have to provide power to the property, but in a sense they are on the south side of the highway already, technically, but it doesn't meet his standards. So my question is, would that serve your regulation?
So I know what you're saying.
One bore across as opposed to 5.
East and west. That would then have to be taken to each of the lots.
Yep.
We wouldn't be able to just go with. We come across.
If you went straight north on lot 3 with a bore and put a junction box, right?
Come across, and then we need to run the power. East and west.
Once they're developed.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
I think you guys have seen for the years, throw up a subdivision. And it's not adequately planned for. Somebody's buying that thing and coming in and saying, guess what? Howard, where? It's gonna cost me 30,000. I didn't think that. The elephant's gone. We're stuck in the middle trying to figure out how to get them power. We said, well, our rules and regs said, yeah, the backbone's supposed to be in there, but we want to put it over here. That's not what we consider. We did discuss, when we were in that discussion, for going with 1 bore instead of 3. Trying to.
But you'd require a junction box at each lot.
By moving the primary up a bit, putting the transformer. Junction box can be worked too, and so that's part of it. If somebody wants to, say we put a transformer both sides and they come back and say, well, I really don't plan on going up that way. We can replace the transformer within that primary line and put another one in. And that would be the end customer's job to pay for that one. The main one is the developer.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions at the time? Any other public comment?
Madam Chair, I move close public comment. Public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair. This is technically, he's met our specifications, our requirements. He has power on each lot. Part of our specifications also we have to meet theirs, but I mean, how far do you want to? I can see their point. I really can. I guess I'm open to whatever. I mean, but basically he's gonna have to run 1 bore or overhead. You said 2 is allowed, and then go from there to put a, you know, it's whatever they require. I mean, putting a transformer is stupid. Sorry. When you don't know where you're going, then I mean, primary junction box would serve the purpose as well. At each lot, but
I would say in the past, I spent 25 years with Northwest Rural Water putting taps on subdivision lots. We didn't know who was going to buy them. We didn't know how many were going to sell to any owner, but we required a tap on each lot, which meant the meter pit and everything was in place. You just picked a corner and we dealt with the other utilities and said, you guys are here, we're here. Wherever they built a house, they have to pay the service stuff too. But it was all required to be there in place according to the county regulations, and that's been in there for a lot of years.
yeah, and I'm not an expert, but I mean, the primary is the backbone of the trend.
Right.
They can take that up to wherever their site is nearest for the transformer, and that would be on the developer.
True.
Madam Chair, you know, power is just one expense that comes to a subdivider when they do a subdivision. Obviously, when you get to the minor classification, the requirements increase, and there's a reason for that, because there tends to be more sharing of easements, more sharing of access, things like that. Subdividers tend to increase the number of lots that they want to sell because there's money, right? The more lots you make, the more money you possibly can make as well. The subdivider has the option to go to a simple where we don't require utilities. They also have the option to potentially do a 35-acre exemption. They don't get the same number of lots, but that's what you get when you spend less, I guess. So I would equate this to, you know, a subdivider saying, well, I don't want to put the road in, you know, because what if I don't sell the lots and I've got a road sitting there? You have subdivision just like that right now. Right, sitting with 5 lots and a beautiful road and nobody's buying them. So it's part of the risk of doing a subdivision. And it's pretty clear to me in the subdivision's intent, the rules intent for these subdivisions is to make sure that they are development ready. You know, when you get to the minor level, and of course in the major level, there's no question, but I do think there's gray area, and that's what we struggle with. So it's a difficult question.
Pleasure of the board.
I have a question for Joy then. So does condition, I'm gonna find the number again,
7.
under utility cover that? What you wanted, 7?
Can you read it, please?
The following, I can read it.
Following board approval of the sketch plan and prior to the board's review of the final plat, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, example utilities and fencing, for review by staff and approved by the county attorney and the board.
Yeah, so.
And the subdivision improvements agreement would be part of what they would have to work out with the utility company, correct?
Yes. So it's part of the conditions that they move forward with it. We see it again before final approval.
And Madam Chair, the timeline for putting together a subdivision improvement agreement after the sketch plan, they do have a time limit for that? You said,
well, after sketch plan approval, you have a year, you know,
Okay,
you
1
need to
year.
apply for your final plat application then, so, but it doesn't take that long to write an SIA. Yeah, I mean, we already gave you the basis, you know, you just have to change the words, so.
Okay.
But they also do have, it depends on which one they choose. If they choose a build, there's a lot less work for them. If they choose a bond, then that could be a much longer process for both of us. And they'll have to submit a utility plan that shows where the utilities are going to be and what they will be. Same with the fence or whatever the other improvements are. So there is time involved, but the actual SIA itself is not too burdensome.
Okay. Commissioners?
Madam Chair, so if we approve with the conditions today, they can come back to us with a subdivision improvements agreement. And in that subdivision improvements agreement, they can come to an agreement with the electrical association on how they're going to move forward with power. We're not making the power decision today.
In essence, I guess you need to confirm that you agree that they will need to come to an agreement with the power, right? Because you need to decide if that's the requirement, which I would say it is the requirement because that's what the rules say, that they need to comply with the utility provider's rule. And so if that's the case, then it would have to be in writing as part of that SIA what the power company is in fact requiring. Because right now, all we know is what they've said, but there's different things being discussed about boring and, you know, so who knows what's changed since that discussion. I think it would need to be clear, and that will be part of the utility plan. So the utility will tell us, here's where it's gonna go, or here's where it has to go, it needs this transformer, that transformer, whatever, we need this amount of easement. That will all have to be in there, and then the county engineer will review it as part of that SIA, the county attorney will review it, and ultimately you will review it. So it's gonna go through my review, Brian's review, Swart's review, your review. And that'll be at the time of final plat, when the SIA comes before you.
What do you want to do?
Madam Chair, the applicants, do they feel that they can come to an agreement with the power company that's going to be acceptable to them?
That's a really good question. I think so. I'm optimistic. You know, we've just had some preliminary discussions and I think they're reasonable and I think we can
I mean, to me, I'm along the same lines. Is it makes absolute zero sense to dump a bunch of money into infrastructure that's not going to get used. It does. I can agree that bringing the power, you know, to the lots, but I mean, God forbid, what if they decide to go off grid and go solar? They don't need any of it.
that was the question.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, having the ability to supply power to those lots is one thing, but dumping the whole infrastructure in there to make sure it reaches if they decide to build the house on the back end of it. Again, I'm trying to, one, follow our regulations, but two, have some common sense interjected into the situation.
Would that require a variance in our regulations? If we determined that they did not have to?
Yeah, that's how you handled it previously on like gas line, for instance. But Madam Chair, something to mention, one of the reasons why we plan for utilities in subdivision is for continuity of service for the utility. So let's say you like leapfrog, right? This guy doesn't have to, then that causes problems for the utility down the road because they're trying to look long-term. Where's that line gonna go and who's it gonna serve down the line? So I think you need to keep that in mind when you talk about, well, we could have infrastructure sitting there and it never gets used, or you get infrastructure sitting there that now is going to allow for the continuity of that utility into the future. So otherwise that future subdivider now would maybe have to bring power across the whole front of this thing when it already should have been there. So I think about it that way, like, and that's sort of how the water district works too. You know, they have to be thinking about, well, where is this going to go in the future subdivision or whatever in planning for their infrastructure. So that's part of it, is the continuity of their whole service operation.
The question I have is, like when my wife and I, we built a house a few years ago, we contacted the power company to find out how much it costs to bring it in. So once we got the estimate on that, we said to ourselves, you know, like you said, maybe we should just do solar, go off grid, because the cost was so expensive to bring the power. And so, you know, after we talk to these guys some more and we find out that it's cost prohibitive, can we get a subdivision approved? That would be where we sell the lots and the lot owner is responsible for this, to bring in, get an off grid solar.
Which would take a variance.
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at this. Because, I mean, I think it isn't very important on a minor subdivision, it's part of our regulations that they provide utilities. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve Whisper Ridge minor subdivision 73 public hearing sketch plan review as written with conditions.
Do you want this person elected?
Yeah.
More past public comment.
Yeah, we're past public comment. Okay.
I think it's gonna die for example.
I'll second it. Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. I kind of didn't hear the very end of it, but I understood that you moved
Basically
to
as written, as
conditions.
presented with conditions.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve as
And hopefully
presented
they
with
work
conditions.
something out.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So you will continue to work forward and see where we get.
When would be the next?
You'll have to work with staff on that one, on the timing and how things come together.
Yep.
We'll get it on our agenda as soon as you're ready.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If I could, I have to smile because I heard it in here about the simple subdivision. I think we all know there's no such.
No, I think staff would agree.
True enough. Yep. Yep.
I'll guarantee it's gonna look like a great place to live and buy for it's over with, because it's been planned for just like your house or. So, thanks for the comment.
You bet. Take care.
Resolution 2023-18.
Thank you, Coley.
Okay.
Your day's just going.
Yeah, I'm losing the clock here really quick. So, well, I've already lost it.
Thanks, commissioners.
Okay, that's fine. Ben will take like 5 minutes. So we've got to have it. So we don't have any.
Three
choice.
and 10.
Do you want to order lunch and just eat here? Have Molly go get us something?
Yeah, I had a meeting at noon, but.
Oh, you're not gonna make it to the executive session. Has to happen.
I'm gonna make a quick run if I have a few minutes.
Okay.
Other than
Yeah,
All right.
I don't order
Ben,
something.
let's go, please.
Now, hurry.
I know this shouldn't take very long.
Did accept it. Did a second.
Okay, this is bid opening for the Park County land on 2AB. This is a situation where there is a parcel of county land between two specific landowners, a very small parcel of county land that we have offered to those two landowners who are the only ones that can benefit because of the size of the piece and It just made sense.
Yes, so we sent a letter out to the two landowners, basically, establishing a minimum bid with the assessed value, which was 2021 assessed value. And gave them a timeline to submit bids, and it looks like we have received one. This is from Johnny Andrew LLC, which is, I believe, Keel Sanitation folks, and this is Keel Sanitation letterhead. Says it's interested in the property that Park County has put out for bid with the following description, and it matches our stuff. We understand that Park County has set the minimum bid appraised value of $26,399. However, said parcel is isolated with no access or rights of way. John Andrew LLC sought the advice of a local real estate agent first on local property values. His assessment lent credence to our belief that the value of the parcel of ground does not rise to the county's minimal value of $26,399. John Andrew LLC desires to purchase property but can't justify the current minimum amount set by the county. If the other adjacent landowner does not submit a bid meeting the county's threshold, we would greatly appreciate an opportunity to work on a mutually agreeable transaction. Please do not hesitate to reach out for further discussion. Thank you for your time and attention. Leslie Spencer, business manager at Keel Sanitation. So there's no actual cash offer in this.
The county,
Yeah.
the county attorney, I heard that this might happen, but the county attorney advised that we have a couple options. One is to lower the minimum or not put one, whatever, and put it back to those two same landowners to give them equal opportunity again as adjacent landowners. Another option is to offer it out to the public, which would be a little strange because it doesn't have access. And the other would be to hang on to it. So what's the pleasure of the board at this time? Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I'd like to, rather than get a lot of expense in a assessment, get a couple market analysis, market value from realtors and re-advertise to the public.
To the public?
To the public?
To the public. I think that's.
How do we guarantee access?
We
We'd have to get a review. Yeah, we do. You can't have property, you can't sell property without access, so there'd have to be a road committee put together to determine access.
Well, how did we do this and then re-advertise it for this then under a true market value?
We didn't advertise it. We sent the two letters to those two landowners, but we could.
And we took the assessed value from the assessor's office.
Right, but you're talking about a market assessment.
Market analysis that just go to
Just
a realtors and ask them what's the landlocked land worth in.
Okay. To the same
And re-advertise.
adjacent landowners that have access.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think we want to get rid of it, clean it up. I think we all agree on that.
In on it.
But we just we put too high a value on it.
I'm sure I'd almost recommend we just send those two a letter without any other, I mean, rather than try to get all these market values and all this stuff and be back in the same spot, I would just not say, put it back to them with no minimum and call it good.
Tell them submit a bid and we can review the bids when accepted.
We still don't have to accept them if they're.
No,
not.
we don't have to accept.
If we can legally do that, I'm all right with that.
Madam Chair, it does seem that, you know, for a third of an acre for $26,000 and it's landlocked and no access, that does seem a little bit high. We can always accept or reject the bids.
Yes.
If it comes before us again. So I think if we just talk to the two landowners and submit a bid, we'll open it up in public and we'll either accept it or reject it.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to reestablish contact with the two adjacent landowners to allow them to submit an open bid. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ben.
Madam Chair, I make the motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Okay, have you ready?
We could specifically just limit it to. I thought it had to be advertised.
Nope.
No. Because of the nature, you can,
Yeah.
Mr. Court said we can do that.
We're not just turning to this guy and saying, hey, you can buy it for this much. We
No.
can't do that. We're
saying
you can submit a bid.
26,000, no wonder people are bitching about their property. Jesus.
Some's 42
Are you
cents.
guys still expecting to come back from lunch around 1:15?
Yes, we don't have
Yeah.
any choice. It's a public hearing. Thank you. We might eat fast.
But we could hold it and start collecting rent, because one of them would rent it to the other one.
Yeah, that's true. Without them owning it, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Score. Things fell apart in a hurry. It did.
You got into.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
We're close enough. Go back into session. The first thing we have this afternoon is a public hearing on French sign, excuse me, sign variance request, number 3.
Okay.
So, Mr. Delavan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Kevin French. This property is in the Cody Powell Rural Planning Area. The zoning district is GRP. So the applicant, Kevin French, and the landowners actually Anchored LLC, and Mr. French is the agent for the landowner. He submitted a variance request application in March, including payment, and he also talked about the reason for the request and the manner in which he felt like the variance should be granted. And the applicant is requesting approval of variance to add a sign to the backside of a previously approved single-sided sign billboard. So the history of this is in May of last year, the applicant requested a variance from the county commissioners for the ability to place a double-faced single-sided sign billboard greater than 80 square feet on property east of Ralston, south of Highway 14A right-of-way. That billboard has been constructed. Some of you maybe have seen it. The applicant is now requesting permission to add a 25 height by 24 width sign, 600 square feet, to the backside of that sign that is currently up. And it does have a building permit. This modification will also be, Madam Chair, it'll be a change in the condition of that original variance request. And I believe there was only one condition, and that condition is this sign. So this is for the sign that currently is up. This sign shall be a double-face sign, single-sided, and each face shall be no larger than 325 square feet, and total size shall be no larger than 675 square feet. That original sign, as I mentioned, it's two-faced. Each face is 12 by 24. They're stacked vertically. So this really is also a variance request for that condition that you had a year ago. Bottom of page 1 of our staff report, we just have a sign illustration that Mr. French provided a year ago. And so when he originally planned for a sign, it was on the right-hand side, basically two-faced, stacked vertical on top of each other. So figures 2, 3, 4 of our staff report show the current face of that existing sign. And then figures 5 and 6 show the backside. And of course, all these photographs were provided by Mr. French. As I mentioned, this property is in a GRP zoning district. Here, county regulations prohibit the establishment of more than a total of 400 square feet of sign area for all signs at a single site, and prohibit a single sign from exceeding 80 square feet in size. So our conclusion is approval of this variance today would allow these two limits to be exceeded. Also, it'd be permission for that condition that was approved a year ago to be changed. So signs we have on page 6 of our variance of our staff report. We have table 4, which is out of our regulations, that it talks about the number of signs. It talks about the sign area requirements. On page 7 of our staff report, we have purpose for a variance. It's essentially, as you know, to allow a flexibility in our regulations should it be deemed appropriate. We have applicability of a variance. You really can't vary anything in our regs. Of course, you cannot vary anything that's state statute. Procedure for a variance, it talks about that in the middle of page 7. The applicant shall submit the reasons and manner for the variance and how the four conditions for a variance are to be met. It also talks about a variance requiring a public notice, public hearing. Location of this property is it's on a 10.9 acre parcel. It's about a quarter mile northeast of Ralston, 4 miles southwest of Powell. You see in figure 8 that the property is in two unequal portions separated by the Garland Canal. It's just south of Highway 14A. And then County Road 14 intersects Highway 14A just north of this parcel. Neighboring land use. This parcel is commercial for taxation purposes. It's surrounded by some agricultural uses and some residential vacant lands to the north. Actually, there's subdivisions just to the north of this property as well, which you know. Site characteristics are shown in figure 10. Property has some change in elevation. Actually, the current sign is located on a hill with a moderate slope. Alkali Creek flows through the property. This property is not located within any overlay district. Location map is shown in figure 11. It basically just shows the property north of the Ralston area. Primarily, it shows that Ralston area in purple that's along the highway. So obviously a public hearing. We had a notice of this public hearing in the Powell Tribune that occurred on March 30th and April 11th. March 27th, we sent notice to neighboring property owners. We did notify agencies. We received a notice from YDOT. We received a couple notices back from YDOT. And in both of those, it said that YDOT would be able to permit or would be allowed by YDOT this sign. Treasurer stated that first half of property taxes are paid, second half is due in May. Public Works said that they have no comments regarding the variance. Shoshone Irrigation District, we did get a response from Trent Reed. He has no concerns with the variance request. Madam Chair, we did get a response from Public Works, and they said they have no wildlife comments on this project. We did get one public comment that was from Marion Morrison, and you had a chance to read that. I'll try to summarize as best I can. A variance, she said, is not appropriate for this request to place this size sign. She said one is in a violation of the conditions, and actually condition of the previous approved variance that was approved last year. Marion also said that she believes that none of the four conditions have been met. And she goes into some detail regarding that. She says the intent of our regulations in part is to limit commercial infringements. She says this additional variance request, if approved, would be a flagrant disregard for regulations. She said PZ staff has repeatedly recommended denial for a series of variance requests like this. She said it's a slippery slope and sets a dangerous precedent. So we had one public comment. Madam Chair, so the variance approval standards, all four of these are to be met. One is there are special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to the land, building, or structure for which the variance is sought and do not apply generally to other land in the neighborhood. So our response, and I'll summarize what Kevin said in just a minute, because he just had my opinion was he didn't really respond individually to each of the four. He just made a set of statements. So number one, our response is there are no special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to land or structure for which the variance was sought. We said the applicant has proposed a sign size that does not conform to county regulations. All lots and property in the area are subject to the same sign regulations. Thus, that prohibition on sign size applies equally to all land. Second approval condition is circumstances or conditions are such that the strict application of the regs would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of land, building, or structure. We said there are no circumstances or conditions that cause the strict application of the regs to deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land. We said the applicant has the ability to use the land consistent with county regulations. This includes placement of a sign or signs that are consistent with our sign regulations. Number 3, granting of the variance is granting of the variance is necessary for the reasonable use thereof. We said granting of the variance is not necessary for the reasonable use of the land, as mentioned above. The applicant has the opportunity to use the land in a manner consistent with our regs. Number 4, granting of the variance is in harmony with the general purposes intent of the regulations and will not compromise the integrity of the land use plan. It will not be injurious to properties in the vicinity or otherwise detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. We said granting of the variance is not in harmony with the general purposes intent of the regulations. County regulations prohibit in this zoning district the sign size proposed by the applicant. So in a letter, which you had a chance to see, Mr. French provided statements in support of his variance request. So we paraphrased them. So what he said, part of an explanation for why he's coming back now is my understanding. So when the variance for the double-faced single-sided sign was approved in 2022, Mr. French understood that YDOT would not allow a double-faced, double-sided sign. However, now Mr. French understands that YDOT, of course, they do approve this. They're not opposed to this. So YDOT believes a double-sided sign would be allowed, provided the sign is single-faced on one side. So my understanding is that YDOT allows a double-sided sign. However, my understanding, at least one of the sides needs to be single-faced, not double-faced. Thus, he's applying for the back, and it will be a single face. Evidently, that is consistent with what YDOT would approve. Kevin also said adding a single face sign to the back of the existing sign would provide additional advertising rental space. Kevin said, given the property's topography, easements, and right-of-ways, the property has limited use other than signs and billboards. He said the property location adjacent to Highway 14A is an excellent location for outdoor advertising. And he said an additional sign will help his newly created business grow and will help other local and regional businesses. Conditions for a variance, of course, you can grant a variance. You also may impose conditions as you see fit. Effective approval. Development for which a variance is granted shall not be constructed or established until the applicant requires all other approvals, should there be any. Of course, should this be approved, it's likely we would not require a permit. It already has a permit for the one side, but that can be decided later. Expiration of a variance, they shall expire and become void following 1 year from the date of approval, unless construction or development is commenced. So, Madam Chair, we recommend denial of the variance because we believe not all the conditions for a variance approval have been met. However, we said should the variance request be approved, we recommend the following conditions. 1, the sign shall be a single face sign, single-sided, and shall be no larger than 600 square feet. We think that's consistent with what Mr. French would like. It's to be added to the back of the sign that was approved by Resolution 2022-39 and Building Permit 2022-0901-1. Second condition, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. And 3, the applicant shall always comply with standards in our development standards and regulations. So we're happy to answer questions. Should you have any
questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I do, Madam Chair. So if this is approved, what the applicant is requesting, instead of 2 signs, 2 12 by 24s or 12.5 by 24s, it's going to be just one 24 by 25.
Exactly.
That doesn't, I guess I struggle with what the difference is, but.
Why not?
Yeah, the two, yeah, Commissioner Livingston, Madam Chair, yeah, the two faces versus the one face.
Yeah.
In regard to YDOT, right, yeah, I agree, I don't. And Mr. French might be able to shed light on that as well.
I think the other thing that's interesting with YDOT is their approval usually requires the land that this billboards are put on be zoned commercial or industrial. In this case, it is not zoned commercial industrial, never has been. But because the assessor can assess it as commercial, YDOT accepted that. So there's a little bit of a change in what's allowed there. But anyway, this is a public hearing. So is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this application for variance? Anyone from the public?
Are you gonna? Kevin, if he wants.
Kevin, did you want to thing or are you just waiting?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
So, yeah, as far as YDOT's concerned, they don't mind, from everything I understand, if it's solid face and even the two ads that are printed on that solid face. But they don't allow it to be two separate faces back to back. No, this is the technicality I got there. So you can have single faces with two ads printed on it, just has to be solid. So I didn't know based on what I wanted and the topography of that land was when you come out of Boston, how that would read on the backside. And I thought they wouldn't approve that from what I understood. And so after getting it up from the site and how that might read coming towards Ralston from the Powell side, if I added a single face, so when I asked Ken Cruz from Wyoming if that'd be approved, and he said yes, single sided, double sided. So I voted on that before I even asked that at the time of my original variance. If you have any other questions?
Yeah. And Madam Chair, just one, when Kevin first came to us, and so what I did originally looked at that variance, and because of that condition, you know, said basically just the one-sided, I'd said, you know, to do this, you'd have to come back to the commissioners again.
Okay. The other question I have is when we approved this originally, there's two. And my understanding is the second one is being built right now. Yes. So that's not included in these pictures. And that one is located where?
That's past, as you keep traveling towards Powell, past the canal on the right-hand side of the road. We just broke ground on the farm access permit, clear space and have ordered materials that basically be done for the gun process on that.
And will that have a face from the Powell direction also?
That is the back.
It's the two side. Okay.
Initially approved. Like two.
Okay.
Just based on the size of it. It's shorter.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. French, how big is that second sign? You say they're going to be constructed?
16 high by 40 base.
Okay.
Which is half the size from Wyoming. I think they allow 1,200 square feet, and that's approximately 625 square feet. So it's about half of what they would allow from each side.
I'll ask if there's any other comments from the public. Hearing
The last
none.
thing I would say, it's just, if you guys grant this request, if we got a wait list of people from starting this, and when I first started, I didn't know, I was kind of like shot in the dark what the interest would be about it, and having a wait list of people that would allow us to.
Thank you. No other public comment?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, you guys.
Die for lack of a second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
One opposed, motion passes. I will say for the record, I did get one other phone call opposing it just on general principles for going in a variance and the size of the amount of signs and billboards in general was a negative. So.
Well, Madam Chair, with that, I think this is a perfect example of why we have variances. There's certain exceptions where things make sense. And this particular area coming out of Ralston would be sandwiched in between Canal and the railroad and everything, and on a curve where things are slowing down. It's almost a commercial area right there anyway, with gravel pit and the construction on the other side and so forth. And it's good utilization of the land. I wouldn't approve this just anywhere just because billboards are unsightly in the wrong place. And I think this is that one of those exceptions. With that, I'll move to approve the variance, French sign number 3 variance request
With the staff recommendation.
with staff recommendations.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request as presented for French sign variance number 3 with recommendations. Any discussion on the motion? Yes.
A little bit, I guess. Commissioner Hill, you say, this is a perfect spot for it, and there's some places that aren't, but are you ready to be just determining which places are and aren't
I guess that's what we're here, yes.
Yeah, and if the next guy shows up on the Powell Highway and says, I think my place is perfect for one, then we've already
It
approved
depends
it.
on the situation and the location. I'm sorry, that's why I believe we have these. They're not everything's apples and apples. And if they don't like my decisions or what I support, they can vote me out next time.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I obviously wasn't here when the first variance was granted. It looks like to me, if I'm correct, the first variance granted the exception of the 600 foot or 400 square feet to the 600 square feet. Now we're talking another 600 square feet and then another 640 on one lot. And no offense, but to me, what's the next variance? Another sign? Or like Commissioner Livingston says, how many more signs? And I think, and I would agree with what was stated earlier, that it is a slippery slope once we start, because I'm going to scream foul on my property if all of a sudden I want it. And we exceeded 400 square feet by 1,600 square feet practically. So that's.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I guess I have a question for Napka. To clarify, the first variance, you built the sign too big, is that correct?
No.
Oh, so what are you saying?
Well, the variance was given to go over the 400 square foot to the 600 square foot.
Right.
So that wasn't, no, I'm just saying the original variance was to get variance for the 400 and put a 600.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If I'm correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Any further discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You said aye. Okay. Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm opposed. Motion fails. Okay. Okay, sorry, so won't be approved. Okay, sure.
As far as additional signage and things like that are concerned, that's why YDOT has the spacing allowances with only within 800 foot of each other within signs. That's why you don't see them two stacked together. That location, based on the two signs that are there, wouldn't allow for any additional signs to that point. And I kind of like to ask, you don't have to answer it, but would the back side of that sign be more or less disruptive than seeing them advertising on it that would also allow my business to earn more revenue?
And I don't dispute that, but I guess my concern is the slope we head down, we start granting variance after variance on one single property. That's what I take issue with, because the next guy, how do we deny the next guy to continue to do that? I mean, I think I've got to look at it as as being consistent in my vote as part of this board when somebody else comes in. So I understand where you're coming from. It doesn't help your business grow, but at the same time, I take issue with continuing variances when we have to get that impartial to everybody.
As far as just from the political standpoint, with sinking a bunch of infrastructure into it for this upright for the cranes, the construction of that, to be able to add something that would add basically 33% more income revenue to the business when the structure is already there, we're outside of it basically just being taken and seeing the ties draft and seeing I guess I'm how that may be more disruptive than having advertising like advertise.
Yeah, well, that's a staff question.
Okay, then we need to keep moving.
So with the variance, he can come back in a year, reapply?
I would have to look. I don't, and that's for a variance again?
Yes.
State variance? I would have to look.
Okay.
I can.
There is that option.
Okay, thank you. Hey, the next thing on our agenda is Charlie Jones with the Manor House Food Pantry.
It's right here. Patiently waiting.
All right. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you.
Afternoon.
Hi. This is part of our special funding request listing that we will have over the next couple meetings. You'll hear quite a few of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I will make it very brief. I'm assuming everybody got a packet, and most important part that I'll go over in a minute is the last 2 pages, which are the charts, because it makes it really simple. As you know, Manor House Food Pantry is a nonprofit organization. We have approximately 20 volunteers, which is up a little bit. We make 8 pickups a week from Walmart, Albertsons, and Maverick. About 4,000 pounds of food. Give you an idea of what we pick up each week, plus what we purchase. We serve over 100 families per week, and that has, as you'll see, gone up dramatically in the last 2 years. So to go over the charts, or I'm sorry, last year at this exact time, we were serving 143 clients a week, or we have a list of, I should say, some usually about 100. As of last week, we're up to 483 people or clients signed up for the program. Now, they don't come all at the same time. The chart shows that the increase, the first chart will show the family increase over the last 3 years. The second chart kind of breaks it down by the amount of people rather than just families, because some of our clients have 8 people in a family, some have 1. Another thing that is kind of startling is the third graph down. The dynamics have changed, where it used to be more single people. Now it's more seniors and more children are being fed, which I just find that interesting, especially for seniors. And of course, the last chart is a chart of the first quarter for the last 3 years. And basically last year, 2022, it stayed about the same, but the first quarter of this year just exploded, and you can see it doubled of the amount of people that are coming in. All of our funding comes from private donations, yearly grant from the county, which is greatly appreciated, and any other grants that we can procure, such as the governor's wife. She usually gives us a couple $100 a year. Plus, they helped us out last year when we purchased new flooring for the building because the carpet was 30 years old and needed to be replaced. Obviously, supplies going up, additional food purchases. We try to purchase more now through the Food Bank of the Rockies and the Food Bank of Wyoming because of the increase. So all these things are obviously going up we need to buy or purchase additional food and one freezer. So just to give you an idea of what we're doing, and I know Cody Covered is the same way because I talk to them all the time, and they have gone up almost 180%. So I just wanted to go over that with you folks and then ask if you have any questions.
Am I okay?
Yes.
Maybe.
Madam Chair, so I'm somewhat naive. What is the biggest difference between you, Cody Covered, and Manor House?
I believe Cody Covered, one thing they do is they do a shopping. We used to do that. In other words, people can come in, well, they do it every 2 weeks. You're allowed to come in every 2 weeks and pick things out. We no longer do that because our numbers have grown so much. We do one distribution a week, which is every Friday from 2:30 to 5:30. So we make up boxes, usually average 40 pounds, sometimes more. I know because I'm the one that carries them out all the time. But and anybody that comes to us fills out an application and shows that that they are in need, and we go by the federal guidelines, which I think just went up to 38,000, less than 38,000 a year. So if they come and ask us for food, we give them food.
And on an application and once a week.
Well, the application they fill out, that's where the list comes from that I said that we
So like Cody Covered, it's just at any time.
They can come. My understanding is people can come in every 2 weeks. In other words, twice a month, but they have to be approved by the state.
Oh, okay.
And we are just basically people in need. Okay. And we do get probably out of the 100 clients a week, probably 20 to 30% or people coming in every week. Most of these are senior citizens, and a lot of them also disabled. Then the rest of the people, sometimes they'll come in once a month. Some people come in, twice a month.
No. I don't want this to come off wrong. Is there any kind of collaboration between you and Cody Covered to see if there's the same people or?
We allow, yes. I mean, we know kind of who their clients are and who ours are. We don't see a lot of crossover because they're state approved. And I believe under the guidelines that they go by, they can only go to the one place.
Okay.
We are, like I said, we will accept anybody. And this time of year is when we start to really pick up, which I hope we don't, but because of the seasonal workers come in, they don't have enough money. They have a family of 8. We have, as an example, we have one woman that comes in, she's got a family of 8 and she also has her parents living with her. She works 3 jobs, but it's just can't cover it. So we hope that, they get a meal or 2 out of it. Like I said, it's about a 40-pound package, and it's mostly what either Walmart or Albertsons, and then of course Maverick. They're part of our program now, and we give them the box and no questions asked.
Any other?
Chair, just a question on the funding. It says food and voucher. What exactly is the voucher?
Vouchers are no longer. I left that in there accidentally. We know 3 years ago, when Inga used to run the food bank, they did vouchers for gas. I did not want to get involved in that, so we do not give out vouchers anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts right now? Well, as you know, the drill, we will move closer to budget time and we'll let you know.
I thank you very much and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You folks have a great day.
Thanks. Okay. Next thing is at 2 o'clock and that's public hearing, so. 1:45. So, oh yeah, I marked this down in the wrong place.
Do you know if Mr. Swart was gonna?
Yes, he is.
He's on his way.
You just saw him turn the corner. Hi.
Good afternoon.
So the next thing on our agenda is discussion of the opioid settlement.
Wait for a minute or?
Yeah, just till we can get the noise down, I guess, a little bit.
Seniors have increased. Seniors have increased.
Yeah. Chairman, members of the commission, the purpose of today's agenda item is for I guess, discussion and determination whether Park County is to sign on to the 1YO2 opioid settlement, MOA, and this is with Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart. It's similar to the one the county entered into, I believe, back in 2021. Some of those funds have been received by the county, not yet dispersed, but this is a new settlement agreement. Different companies, I believe all the other counties, at least from my communication, are going to sign on to this. The state of Wyoming is going to participate. So the amounts of what that total settlement have not yet been configured, but Park County would be receiving the same percentage as we did in the last one, roughly 5.8%. And should the board choose to do this, and I don't have any reasons to suggest you shouldn't, I would just need authorization to sign the online documents with Rubris today. They're the settlement administrator. But I would ask the chair to sign the 1YO2 or opioid settlement memorandum of agreement.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Skoric?
Is there any downside other than accounting purposes that if we took the settlement? Commissioner Thiel, I can't think of a downside. I don't think any county is set up really to do this on their own, to go after these companies. So I think it's a benefit for the county to participate, as well as the Attorney General's office does as well. And I believe most of the other counties have signed on. And today is the deadline.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the 1YO opioid settlement MOU and allow the chair to sign. I was gonna do it in two motions.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second to join the YO2 opioid settlement MOU and allow the chair to sign. Any further discussion on the motion?
Just a point of that, yes, the opioid addiction is caught the issue here in the county, and Commissioner Stewart can vouch for that, not only with law enforcement, but
Have an addiction.
I mean, dealing with the issue.
Clarify that.
But there are so many agencies that have had to deal with that has come up, and it costs money.
Yeah.
So I think that it's a good thing to at least take part in the settlement. Yep.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to allow Attorney Skoric to sign the online document with the agreement with Rubris, and see as the you're the designated agent.
Yes.
Okay. Second. It's been moved and seconded to allow Mr. Skoric to sign the agreement with Rubris online, the online documents. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay. And I think just in the interest of some people that are here, we haven't made any determination or time frame on where we're going with any of these funds at this time. We received some in, as you said, we still have some coming in, but we've made no determinations on how those are going to be used or what areas of law enforcement, mental health, or those kinds of things that we need to do yet. But we will put that out there at some point and let everybody know that we're starting that.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Would you entertain a work session to discuss how we disperse this?
I think so. And I think the people that are interested in that disbursement need to be involved if we set a work session to to talk about the needs and what all's out there, because we don't always know, you know, where we can be of some help with this. So we will try to put something together in, I don't know if I'd say near future, but in order to deal with these funds and figure out what direction we need to go. Okay. Okay.
Just sign right there. Boss. Good seeing Jackie.
Pushing mine.
Selena, I'm gonna scan this down and then I'll get copies back to you.
You're pushing. Good for you.
Anything else? We good?
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. Hey, popcorn?
No, don't have any. We got a few more minutes.
People are not allowed to do that.
Yeah. After this morning, we might need it.
It doesn't involve Clark, it will be shorter.
Yeah.
Fine.
I think they might have been thinking we were gonna discuss what we were gonna be doing with the funds.
Right. Right.
I have a discussion on the funds of that. Would crisis intervention qualify?
There's a lot that'll qualify depending on how it's used. Yeah, probably I'll have to look into some of that, but there are some conditions on some of it. But yeah, we'll have to get a clear picture of.
That's not 100% of their funds, but I mean, our $10,000 that we
approved. I don't know if you do this instead of, because it's a different picture. I don't know.
We could, couldn't we?
I didn't, I'm used to the little.
I mean, I know it's only $10,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a discussion.
You know, as one of our special funding requests,
Right.
use those funds as.
Put them around my
Right.
screen.
I don't-
And I said,
Opposed for general.
all complete, that's my retirement.
Okay.
And give them funds out of this and special funds.
I don't know if they have to have a written plan ready and what those rules are gonna be.
Follow up,
Right.
showing exactly what, but I'm sure they can write up $10,000 somewhere.
Oh, I know. I
As
just,
long as it doesn't interfere with the other grants.
I'll mention it to Brian and see what kind of pre stuff might be needed to get into that
Well,
discussion, because I don't know what we'll know.
Wyoming County Commissioners give you some guidance on any of that?
I don't know if they're, well, most of
All
the
the
counties,
counties are involved, it seems.
most of them signed on. I don't know if there was one or two that didn't. But I can check with Jeremiah and see.
I noticed that on one of those signature lines, I was not a commissioner, I was an omissioner. Yeah, so I
Good for you.
get the omissions up.
On something I typed?
It was a, one of those earnings.
Oh,
It was just, it was just the way it was photocopied. It cut off the C. I'm an omissioner
omissioner.
officially.
Good to see you again, Jim. Good to see you again.
Oh, good to see you. Yeah, it's good.
Long time
It's always
no
good to
see.
be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we'll just call out.
The time on the end, would I be in charge of the sign-up sheet?
Maybe if we needed to.
Oh my.
I think we're within a minute or two, so we can go ahead and get started. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing regarding the Old Faithful RV Park site plan review. So we have staff members, Jenny and Kim, if you would like to go over the proposal, please.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Old Faithful RV Park LLC. This property is actually zoned, as you know, LUC 96, and talked about, defined, listed as being commercial retail. Planning area is the North Fork. Property has two addresses, 3244 and 3256 North Fork Highway. We did receive a site plan review without SUP application that was received originally in September of last year. Then we received an updated application in December. We received a revised site plan, which is in figure 1, and a revised utility plan, which is in figure 2. Those came in February. Also in February, we received from the applicant a site plan review report, which talked about the location, land use compatibility, discussions regarding water and sewage. Also in this report, it talked about, among other things, utilities, roads, access, wetlands, runoff and erosion control, floodplain, and special site plan standards. So the requested action is to approve this site plan for 3-season RV park. There'll be 12 16 by 24 square foot or 16 by 24 foot cabins, 45 RV pads, a 2-story structure with bathrooms, showers, laundry, convenience store, office, and apartments. Cabins will be heated. Each will contain a bath and kitchenette. RV pads will have water, electricity, and sewage. 2-story structure will have electricity. Applicant listed the total floor area of the 2-story structure at 4,700 feet. Each of the 12 cabins will have ground floor dimensions of 16 by 24. Additionally, each cabin will have a second level loft area with dimensions of 12 by 16. So we have defined this as recreation use, a campground, which is an outdoor area providing space for vacationers to live, temporary basis, tents, trailers, or RVs, open to the public, designed to be operated for financial gain. Also, a campground may include rental cabins, convenience stores, things like that. But its primary function is to accommodate visitors providing their own shelter. So we believe that this use falls into the definition of a campground. Also, we have a definition for an RV park, which we believe is really a subset or part of a campground, of course, where you accommodate RVs by providing space, either individual utility hookups or common water supply and sanitary facilities. Of course, this use will have electricity, water, and septic is what the plan is. Excuse me. So in March of this year, Board of County Commissioners approved the floodplain development permit, which is 2-23. This permit approved the construction and operation of a portion of this proposed RV park in the MAP floodplain. That development associated with that floodplain permit would have included 2.5 camping spots, the associated water and sewer services, some pumps, some other controllers, and a portion of the campground loop road. And then, of course, you had conditions with approval of that floodplain permit. So, Madam Chair, on page 5 of the staff report, we just have a list of some of the things that are illustrated in figure 1. We talk about the cabins, RV pads, the structure, access, roads and drive, some vegetation, wells, a building for water treatment, LED lighted entrance sign, overhead power lines. Figure 2, which is, I believe, the utility plan, it shows a treated water storage tank, some septic tanks, drain fields, and also figure 2 duplicates many of the things shown in figure 1, many of the facilities. This property I mentioned is zoned commercial retail under an LUC 96, which is approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 1994. County regulations do not provide provisions for special use permits within LUCs. However, our county regs specify that site plan review is required for all recreation uses, including campgrounds. That's where we're here. So we thought it appropriate that this proposal go through site plan review. Location of this property, that's shown in figure 3. It's approximately 50 miles west of Cody. It's on the south side of 141620. It's just west of Jim Creek. It's just north of the North Fork of the Shoshone. And as you know, and it's shown also in figure 3, the very eastern portion of this property and the southern portion is in a special flood hazard area, essentially associated with the creek and the Shoshone River. Neighboring land uses, that's shown in figure 4. Property is surrounded primarily by residential properties. There is some BLM properties. One is to the west, one is slightly to the east. There's a commercial use on the south side of the river. Agriculture uses further southeast of this property. Site characteristics. Of course, I mentioned the Shoshone River is just to the south. Jim Creek is to the west. There are trees and other vegetation that border both that creek and the river. Property is currently vacant. It does have a history, though. Part of that history, I believe, is for RV spots, I believe. The property does slope downward from the northwest to the southeast. There are some slopes exceeding 65%, at least according to Google Earth, at some point, essentially close to the river's edge. Figure 5, we have a topo map, again, showing topography in the area. Legal notices. So we did have legal notices in the Cody Enterprise. The first notice advertising this public hearing was on March 30th. Second notice was April 11th. On March 27th, we sent written notice, as we're required to do, to neighboring property owners. We shared the staff report with you, with the applicant, with the public prior to today. We notified agencies that we thought would have an interest in this. Treasurer's office responded. Their last response was property taxes have been paid in full. We received a response from Nick Hudson, who is with Fire Prevention Electrical Safety. He said that since a project includes commercial buildings, plans must be submitted to his department for approval. We notified DEQ. First email we got from them, they talked about whether or not the wetland, the pond on the property considered waters of the United States. That would dictate whether it requires or whether it's under the core jurisdiction or DEQ. That was his first email. Second email from DEQ stated the pond on the property is eligible to receive fill material. And then the third email from DEQ reiterated that the pond can receive fill material without permits from DEQ. However, the time DEQ said a large construction stormwater permit will be required from DEQ should this be approved, obviously, and they move forward with development activities. DEQ also said the irrigation return flows that come across this property do not require a DEQ permit. And we shared all those responses with you. We received comments from the Army Corps. First, essentially offered comments that question the waters, whether they would have jurisdiction or not. In a letter in March, we received a response from Army Corps saying that authorization is not required for this park construction activities because it would not result in any discharges of dredged or fill material into waters of the United States. Their third email stated that the planned irrigation pipe does not require a Corps permit. So essentially, response from DEQ and Army Corps. We received a response from the state engineer's office. Jared Despain said he has no concerns with the proposed plan. He stated the applicant would need to file for an enlargement of the existing water right. And you had a chance to see that also. Madam Chair, we received 2 responses from WIDOT. First response was from Mr. Hoffman saying he had not received an application requesting a proposed change in use. However, he said a request would be granted. In the second email from YDOT in February, Mr. Hoffman said that YDOT would approve or will approve an access permit to widen the existing commercial access to 30 feet with, I think, 30 feet. Well, he said with a 30-foot radii. I assume that's one on each side. And he said the approval is contingent on conditions. Game and Fish responded. They said this project is in crucial mule deer winter range. They said they recommend limiting human activity there from the middle of November to the end of April every year. They also said this is in grizzly bear habitat, and they want the applicant to be aware of bear aware recommendations. In this response, they also addressed riparian habitat, habitat alterations, landscaping, garbage, understrayed pets, wildlife corridors, and other topics. Public Works responded. They offered a review and concerns relating to septic, water, access road drainage, and slopes. Another comment came in a letter, again, providing comments regarding access slopes, slope stability, and drainage. Public Works recommends the 12 cabins be addressed or marked with separate identification numbers, obviously, if this is approved. Public Works also does not recommend a site geotechnical analysis, and Public Works has approved the site drainage plan submitted by Brett Reed, who is representing the applicant. Weed and Pest responded. She commented on the previous use and potential for weeds. Mary will require a weed management plan. We got a response also from the Park County Fire District. They said the property's in their jurisdiction. They said that they requested all road crossings meet legal load limits. Pacificor responded, which is also Rocky Mountain Power, in an email. And they provided a site plan that illustrated the proposed power infrastructure, including poles, transformers, and lines and easements. We've not received any response from Cody Conservation District. Madam Chair, public comments. As of when we submitted this report, we received 9 written public comments. 6 emails or letters were from individuals, we think primarily neighbors, who expressed concerns, talked about trespassing, stray pets, wastewater contamination of the river, safety of guests, effect on wildlife, negative effects on property values, general nuisance concerns. We received 3 emails or letters that recommended denial of the proposed use. People there talked about the water needed for the use, septic affecting the river, erosion of the riverbank, traffic impacts, negative effect on property values, and potential for litter. We received 2 additional comments. Mr. Bergen responded yesterday, April 17th, and some of his comments, I know you had a chance to see this. I think he wondered or was considering, is it good to approve something without complete information? Of course, there were a number of conditions that were recommended by P&Z. He talks also about that building setbacks, which I'll talk about in a minute. So Mr. Bergen mentioned that. He also questioned whether it be advisable to approve something that's not a complete site plan. Talks about the laundromat, toilets, I assume not knowing how big or how many. We also received last Thursday a letter from Ms. Bergen. She had concerns about primarily the health of the river and downstream neighbors' water purity. And you had a chance, Madam Chair, to read those. So those are the comments we received. P&Z reviewed this site plan application in a public hearing in March. They recommended approval. They had a number of conditions. I'm just going to mention a couple. Their second condition was the applicant shall submit to the Planning and Zoning Department essentially evidence of Army Corps and DEQ approval regarding wetlands, surface water, waters of the U.S., and other matters related to irrigation or drainage water. Our conclusion is that condition has been met. Number 5 was of P and Z, the applicant shall provide to our department evidence of whiteout approval for highway access. That condition, we believe, has been met. Number 13 of their condition of their approval conditions was the applicant shall obtain an approved floodplain development permit. Of course, that condition has been met. So, Madam Chair, in terms of site plan review, of course, there are different parts. Our belief is this needs to go through site plan review. Our regs say it does require it. Site plan review is required for recreational uses such as site plan. Site plan is of course a plan drawn to scale, showing uses, structures, lot lines, roads, utility lines, buildings, all of those things. Site plan standards. This is in our regs too, Madam Chair, and I'm in the middle of page 13 of our staff report. It says the board and commission shall approve site plans meeting the basic site plan standards and the special site plan standards, if applicable. The board and commission shall deny approval of any site plan not meeting the standards. Under basic site plan standards, we have domestic water. The applicant proposes using a water well. There are 2 water wells on the property. The well in the south central portion of the property will not have adequate separation distance. The applicant would like to use that for irrigation. The southwest well will serve the public water supply. And so we anticipate that there will be a public water supply. If it's able to be approved, it'd have to be approved by DEQ. So we anticipate the number of users, the amount of water would dictate public water supply. To our knowledge, DEQ has not approved anything regarding water or sewer. I'll just mention that now. In our staff report, it talks about which the applicant supplied some language about that southwest well. They feel like it will need to be enlarged. There is a DEQ permit to construct application for the RV park drinking water system that evidently has already gone to DEQ. There was analysis collected from this well. At some point, it did detect the presence of coliform. The applicant said they're planning to treat this well using filtration and disinfectant. In terms of septic, we have records of 4 permitted septic systems on this property. The applicant is planning to locate those and abandon those in place, doing whatever DEQ recommends they do to abandon those. Also, the applicant said they're proposing a gray water system for the laundry facility to irrigate trees and shrubs, a Presby-style small wastewater system for the cabins, shower house apartments, a separate large system to serve the RV pads. And of course, we talked somewhat about that in the floodplain permit process. The applicant has prepared a DEQ wastewater permit to construct. And again, we haven't heard whether or not that's been approved. We also anticipate that DEQ, if they do approve this, it will have to be an underground injection control permit for the septic. So again, the septic our understanding is all the septic on this property associated with this use will be approved by DEQ if it's approvable. So solid waste, of course, those services are available from private companies. The applicant said they will contract that. The applicant is proposing 4 5 cubic yards dumpsters just east of the cabins. In terms of hazardous substances, the only potential hazardous substance which we know of that would be stored or handled on site include an additive, hypochlorite, which evidently is used for water treatment. So that is a possibility. Again, Pacific Corp has adequate capacity to provide electrical service. According to the applicant, you saw the service plans. Cell phone service is available in the area. Natural gas is not available in the area. The applicant is proposing 1 elevated LED light at the entrance. Of course, they will need a permit from us for that. The applicant also said there will be signs within the RV park directing traffic to camping spots, directing traffic flow, and other things. So in terms of parking, the RV site is designed, each RV site is designed to have a towing vehicle parked on the pad. Also, each RV site will have an area beside it for one additional vehicle. Each cabin will have 2 designated parking spots, which are 9 feet by 10 inches in width. One cabin will have an ADA compliant spot. Main building will have 11 designated parking spaces, 2 of which will be ADA compliant. Our conclusion is parking appears adequate. Again, I talked about roads and access. Whiteout said they will approve the access permit and to widen that existing commercial access to 30 feet. Applicant said all roads within the park will be built with crushed road base. The applicant is proposing areas that they've indicated on the site plan and utility plan for asphalt paving. They said they will be paved within 5 years, should this be approved, with 3 inches of asphalt. However, the lower bench road will remain crushed road base. You know, Madam Chair, in terms of, we have a section here, as you know, I'm at top page 17. We have a section regarding water quality. We have a section regarding wetlands. I won't go into details of that, but our conclusion is DEQ and the Army Corps has essentially given approval to do what the applicants want to do in regard to irrigation and in regard to that pond and any discharge flowing into either the creek or the river. Public Works, again, has approved a site drainage plan. However, a large construction stormwater permit will be required from DEQ. The use is not expected to impact air quality. Lights on the main building, in terms of lighting, lights on the main building will be dark sky compliant LED fixtures. Lighting is proposed at each RV site. Applicant said there will be no lights on RVs, and he said that the likelihood of generator use will be low in terms of noise because electricity will be provided. Quiet hours are supposed to be from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Pets will be permitted. They will have to be confined or on a leash. Of course, a portion of this property is in the MAP floodplain. Madam Chair, we have a section in our site plan review for building setbacks along highways. So our regs say building setbacks shall be increased 20 feet for every 5,000 square feet of floor area for buildings located on properties adjoining a state or county highway. And then the Board or Commission may reduce that up to 50%. Floor area is defined as the sum of the gross horizontal area of the several floors of a building or structure from the exterior face, but excluding any space where floor to ceiling height is less than 6 feet. So we found that combined floor area, the 2-story building is 4,704 feet. Combined floor area of all cabins will either be 5,280 square feet or 6,912, depending on how you measure that loft area with a slope ceiling, that area that's 6 feet or above. So there's some question there about how much that will be. So we are unsure whether the required building setback along the highway should apply to this use or not, because it is unclear whether the standard applies to individual buildings with 5,000 square feet of floor area or collection of buildings greater than that. So we're asking you to consider whether this standard applies. Special site plan standards. This is in the Norfolk, obviously, so those apply. One is stream corridors. So use is supposed to be set back to the extent possible, at least 100 feet. And the applicant said that the proposed campground will maintain a 100-foot setback from the river, and the applicant plans to construct a wooden fence and aspen trees along the boundary. So steep slopes, our regs say no development shall be permitted on or near steep slopes. That's defined in Appendix 22. According to the applicant, of the 6 conditions in Appendix 22, item 3 could apply to the road at the bottom of the slope. They believe the applicant and his agent believes item 5 does apply, given RV pads and infrastructure are planned close to the top of a slope with a grade greater than 30%. When any of these conditions are met, our regs say a geotechnical engineering review is required. Public Works, however, does not recommend a site geotechnical analysis. Third condition under special site plan standards, wildlife habitats. Development that will disturb more than 2 acres of crucial big game habitat shall implement a plan for the protection of such habitat that identifies one crucial wildlife habitat area. The proposed campground is in mule deer critical range. However, and I believe these are comments from the applicant. Since the campground will not operate in the winter, the impact will be minimal. The second part of wildlife habitat is that existing wildlife habitat elements, water, cover, and roots, there needs to be a plan for those. The applicant said, again, 100 feet of land adjacent to the creek and river will be left undisturbed. The third part of wildlife is how land disturbance will be minimized in order to maximize wildlife habitat. Applicant said they're proposing trees and shrubs to improve wildlife habitat. Fourth part of that is plan for movement of wildlife. Again, the applicant said the creek and river corridor will be left undisturbed, giving wildlife access to water and shelter. The fifth part of that is how disturbed areas will be revegetated. The applicant said they're proposing trees and shrubs to improve wildlife habitat. The sixth part of that is how the occupants will promote long-range maintenance of the habitat and protect features of the plan. The applicant said they're proposing minimal disturbances. It will be a 3-season campground, minimize disturbances during the winter months, essentially. Madam Chair, we have findings, we have photographs. What we said under recommendation, and we said, should you approve this site plan, we recommend the following conditions. Can I read them? One is the applicant shall submit to planning and zoning evidence of approval from the Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector prior to commencement of the use. Number 2, the applicant shall submit to planning and zoning evidence of SEO approval of the well. 3, the applicant shall submit to our department evidence of SEO approval of the well proposed to serve as water supply for the RV park. So essentially, we're recommending SEO approval for both of these wells.
Just to clarify, SEO is State Engineer's Office?
Yes, okay. Correct, Madam Chair. Yes. Number 4, the applicant shall submit to our department evidence of the state engineer's approval of the enlargement of the existing water right prior to commencing the use. Number 5 is the applicant shall not operate the use or allow construction activities from November 15th through April 30th of each year. Number 6, the applicant shall post or otherwise provide bear awareness information for customers, heed the recommendations of Game and Fish regarding garbage disposal, unrestricted pets, and so on, etc. Number 7, the applicant shall submit to the Planning and Zoning Department an approved long-term noxious weed management plan prior to commencing the use. Number 8, the applicant shall provide to our department evidence of DEQ approval of both the public water supply and the wastewater system, including the proposed gray water system to serve the use prior to commencing construction of the use. Number 9 is all lighting on the property shall be down directed and shielded to protect dark skies and prevent light nuisance issues. Number 10 is all signs proposed shall be reviewed by planning and zoning department and permitted as required. Number 11, the applicant shall pave the roads on the property that have been designated for paving and provide evidence to the county engineer and provide evidence of the county engineer's approval of the roads to our department prior to commencing the use. Applicants shall comply with regulatory requirements for building setbacks along the highway. Applicants shall maintain at least 100 feet of separation between the campground use and the river and the creek. Number 14, the applicant shall ensure that the fence to be constructed along the boundary meets floodplain development requirements and or highway right-of-way requirements. Campground may operate from May 1 through October 31st. Quiet time in the campground shall be from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. 17, the applicant shall post an emergency contact phone number for the proprietor or property manager in a central location, easily accessible by customers. Number 18, following approval of the site plan, the applicant shall obtain a building and zoning permit for each building to be constructed to serve the use, including each cabin, two-story building to house a water treatment system, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in our Park County regulations.
Okay, if we could go back to condition number 13, let's just clarify that we make the right correction. Applicant shall maintain at least 100 feet of separation between the campground use and the Shoshone River and Jim Creek, not Jack Creek.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
We're a long ways from Jack Creek.
Jack Creek.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I just want the conditions to read correctly.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, are there any
Thank you
questions at
for
this time?
allowing that.
Commissioners? Go ahead.
Just real quick on the 100 feet separation, is that from high water mark on the river or creek?
Good question.
That's what my question is, how do you determine where the 100 feet is? Do you know, Brett, how that's determined?
I don't think the county regulations state how it's determined. So well, I measured it from the time we blew that, and that was not at high water time.
Yeah, that'd be my, I'd like that clarified.
Yeah, I believe, what we have in our report is adjacent to the creek, adjacent to the river. What that means, I'm not sure.
Well, it can vary.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot, and especially on that river.
Okay, at this time, I will call for public comment. This is a public hearing. If you do have comments to make, if you would please come forward up near the microphones. We do have several people on the phone and it's hard for them to hear from the back of the room. And I need you to state your name for the record, please. So if someone would like to come forward for comments. Go ahead. Yeah, there's a mic right here, so that should work.
All right, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Wapiti Valley Preservation Group.
Okay.
My name's Eric Kincaid. I'm the director of the organization. We're here today to express our concerns about the proposed Old Faithful RV Park and its potential negative impacts on our community, wildlife, and environment. First, we must consider the density of the RV park. The current proposal includes a high concentration of cabins, RV pads, and store, which will lead to an increased amount of traffic on our already congested roads, especially during the tourist season. This additional traffic can result in safety issues for both drivers and pedestrians, as well as increased noise pollution. And additionally, the increased traffic raises concerns for safety of wildlife in the area, as the likelihood of collisions between vehicles and animals may increase. Excuse me. Moreover, the site plan indicates that the RV park will not maintain the required 100-foot setback from the Shoshone River and Jim Creek. And just let me interject that on the ocean, the setback is from high water. So if that's any precedence. Encroaching the setback by as much as 20 feet on the Shoshone River and 40 feet on Jim Creek puts the delicate ecosystem at risk, including vital mule deer habitat. These setbacks were established to protect our waterways and the wildlife that depend on them. We must uphold these standards. Furthermore, the septic tanks for the RV park are proposed to be located within the floodplain of Jim Creek. While the applicant has mentioned the possibility of removing 4 septic tanks to keep them out of the floodplain, this has not been reflected in the current site plan. This presents a significant risk of water contamination and damage to the surrounding environment in the event of flooding. We believe that responsible development should prioritize the long-term health and prosperity of our community. As such, we respectfully request that the applicant revise their site plan to address these concerns, specifically by maintaining the 100-foot setback, relocating the proposed buildings to be further than 5 feet from the right-of-way, and removing 4 RV pads to ensure septic tanks are located outside the floodplain. In conclusion, we urge you, the members of the Board of Commissioners, to carefully consider the potential consequences of this project on our community, environment, and wildlife. Your decision today will have a lasting impact on Wapiti Valley, and it's crucial that we strike a balance between growth and the preservation of our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else that would like to speak on this application? You come forward, please.
My name is Rob Bergen. I'm an adjacent landowner on Stagecoach, directly to the south of this proposed project. I have a map. Could I hand this out?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
If you just want to give them to him, we can pass them down rather than have you gripping all those cords.
Basically, what I did there is I took the applicant's plan and scaled that to the Park County map server. And if you'll see in the yellow line, the overlay, the PL line from there is as close as I could possibly get it with the technology that I had. What I did from there is I measured a 100-foot using the measuring device on the county's website to move 100 feet from where I could see water in this picture. That represents the black line along the North Fork. You can see that almost every RV on the west side is inside of that 100 feet. In addition, I know there's some question as planning and zoning have pointed out about what the setbacks are on the road or the highway. I understand the question, but at this point, this is a 5-foot setback. If you look, the little squares are their cabins, basically touching the yellow line, that is the property line. And the regulations do say that that is 20 feet for every 5,000 feet of building. I come up with about 10,000, almost 200 square feet of building, because the one that isn't mentioned that pushes it over, no matter how you measure it, is the water treatment facility that's never been mentioned in those numbers. So we're well over 10,000 feet, which would suggest a 40-foot setback off of the highway. And that highway, if you've been down it any time in the last couple of weeks, you've seen how much construction is going on there. That thing's going to be under construction forever, and it's not getting any smaller. It's only going to get bigger with more traffic and more density on it. So I think holding on to the county regulations that say 40 feet this would be a good reason why. And so that line there represents the 40-foot setback from the right of way on the highway there. In addition to the Jim Creek, the east side, again, just seeing the water, not using the blue line, which is kind of vague, but measuring back 100 feet from that, we see that we also still have RVs in the 100-foot setback. So if these are county regulations and this is a site plan, I'm a landscape design guy. I do site plans. I can tell you step one is to get the property lines. Then you get your setbacks, and then you have the box to draw in for your design. So I feel like we're missing step 2 at this point, and we're at the final approval stage, and we haven't even figured out what box can we draw in the design in. You guys have heard from me before, and I think my main concern has been this is moving really fast. There's a lot of questions and there's not a lot of data. This speaks to that just, I think, perfectly, that we don't know where the setbacks are yet. In addition, with this being a site plan review, I know a lot of things are going to be kicked down to DEQ and say DEQ is responsible for the septic and the safety and that sort of thing. But this is a hand-in-hand problem in that if DEQ doesn't know what the proposed use is, which is some of the language in the regulations, then how do they know how to scale the appropriate septic? If we have shower rooms, how many showers are in them? If we have public toilets, how big are they? We have square footage, but we don't have counts. How many has anybody ever determined what's the maximum occupancy of this site? with this many RVs, with this many cabins, with this many apartments and a convenience store, et cetera, it's pretty easy to come up with 250 to 300 people on this site on what is being discussed as 5.22 acres or 8.5 for the whole property. That's got to be a greater density than anything around that's not on a served by a public water source and a public septic type system, a city system. So it is a massive number, and if we don't have a good site plan to present to DEQ, how are they going to make good choices on what should be allowed or not allowed on the site in terms of that volume? I also questioned, there's an appendix 22, again, planning and zoning mentioned this, and the applicant even stated that they were required, they thought by subset 5 that they needed to do a geotechnical review based on the slopes and the building adjacent to these slopes, and that requirement of a geotech review was waived by the county engineer. And again, I ask why, if it is a requirement, if it's in the regulations and it says if there's slope and we're going to build and modify closer to the slope, we require geotech review. I read that report, and one of the things that it mentioned is it went back to 2009 and said that that slope was stable. However, I have pictures of the bridge abutment directly above this on that side of the river, moving at least 12 feet off the bank this last spring, during the Red Lodge floods. That thing moved dramatically, and that is 100 to 300 feet from this property edge. So I would say that is not stable at that point based on 1 year's history. There was development and talk of building within the floodplain. In doing that, there was no requirement to survey for a LOMA, the letter of map amendment within the FEMA flood area. I had to do that to my home to get out of paying extra insurance and extra fees. Neighbors behind me had to do that. We didn't require a LOMA just to put 9 tanks or 6 tanks, depending on which math we get, which seems to change a lot, into the floodplain. A LOMA would either say it's out or it's in. I don't understand why that wasn't a requirement if other neighbors have had to do that. And lastly, I guess one thing I would say is there's discussion of LED lights and down lighting, et cetera. I think one of the other things to keep in mind when we're talking about 60 cars with the RVs, 45 RVs, 12 cabins, et cetera, and one-way roads going around is headlight shielding. That's a big merry-go-round of a lot of headlights going around and around, impacting the neighbors and adjacent properties to that. So strategic solid fencing or strategic planning might be something that would be good to put into the site plan to protect having your bedroom windows washed with 45 RVs every Friday and Saturday night. And I will sum up and just say this was in my letter, but it's sort of been one of the things I've seen in my life is that we never had these issues that are the problem that is the one that ends things or causes things, et cetera. It's always the accumulation and the cumulative impact of these developments. As you drive down the North Fork, I know there's 3 or 4 new houses directly on, and I mean close to the river. Each will have a septic tank. This is one. YBI has it, UIC, Copperleaf has sewage lagoons. What happens 15 more years? 15 more years of these things that are coming up on these small lots directly on the river. Once the river turns green, once we have too much in there, how do you back out of that? So the way to stop that is now, not when it's a problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If there are any questions on that matter.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to answer that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Michael Makita. I live directly south of Rob Bergen, so I overlook this property. I want to go on record as saying that we communicate and the other neighbors communicate, so I want to agree with everything that Rob has brought up so far. A little bit about my background. I have a civil engineering technology degree. I was in construction for over 45 years. I built power plants from the first teaspoon of dirt to 700 megawatts commercial operation. I've never seen anything as haphazard as this with respect to the site plan trying to get something moved forward to get a return on investment too quick. I'm totally for personal property rights. I know that that's zoned for something, there's been something there before, and it's not like I'm totally opposed to having something there. What I am opposed to is the density. Again, Rob brought this up. I can't for the life of me imagine being an RVer myself. I only have a 22-foot Airstream, Airstream. But I've seen people with, you know, a 1-ton dually and a 40-foot rig. I can't imagine some of them backing into those spots. Take a look at that site plan and imagine what some of these RVers are going to need. They're going to need to pull directly straight forward, line out, and go back into these spots. It can't be done with that many spots in there. Again, I don't want to reiterate everything that Rob said, but the setbacks, that's another big thing. That's 5 foot off the highway with those deer and everything. I live on that highway. I see the traffic coming out of the park in the summer. Everybody running late. It's already dark and they're trying to rush back into Cody, either eat dinner or go back to Cody. I also see every morning up to 100 deer in that that field across. And I could just imagine how many times people are going to be going 70 miles an hour at night up that road to get back to Cody and swerve to miss an animal, and you've got cabins 5 feet off the highway. That 5 foot setback's a problem, and that needs to be addressed. That's one of my biggest ones. The other thing is they bring up this gray water irrigation system, and they brought up all the aspen trees and shrubs and bushes. Show me on that plan where you're going to have any grass and trees and shrubs and bushes. There's no room for any of that. What are you going to irrigate? What are you going to use all of that gray water for? They're going to dump it on the ground. It's going to run into the river. There's no room for grass or trees or anything. I don't care what they say. It's 5 acres with 45 RV spots, 12 cabins and a convenience store. That doesn't leave much room for grass and trees and habitat for the deer. One of the last things is we talked about, Rob said about the amount of traffic. From their own numbers, let's say they're allowed for the parking spaces and everything, I come up with 125 vehicles. 125 at any given time in that 5 acres. I can't see 125 vehicles in that site plan. And the last thing I wanted to hit on that Rob brought up too, or 2 things. The geotech, why no geotech? We're talking about a lot of wastewater there right above the river. It needs a geotech. And the last one was, you know, the septic in a floodplain in Wyoming. I live 81 feet above the river, 81 feet from the center of my house to the high water elevation. And I had to spend $12,000 to get a Loma. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Greg Beery. I live at 3266 North Fork Highway, which is just adjacent to the campground, proposed campground. It's the other side of Jim Creek. I'm referencing the packet. I guess it's 2023-0417 is a packet that went before the commission. And I had stated previously in the comment that's also in the package that there were some omissions to that plat. And there still are, and both the site plan figure 1 and 2 do not show the exact location of my well. And to acknowledge, I did speak with Mr. Reed. He did survey that in. It's just not located correctly on this plat, both plats. If you go to the summary of findings, item 52, there's analysis of water from southwestern well indicated the presence of coliforms. I bought that house in 2004. The campground wasn't there in 2004. Those wells are old, but evidently they've been contaminated for that period of time. So my concern is with my well, and since it wasn't located properly on there, I'll skip a little bit forward. In the site plan standards on page 13 says the southwest well will not have adequate separation distance from the proposed septic drain fields. Well, I guess I would like to know, is my well, does it have adequate separation from their fields? And if you look on their site plan map, those tanks, and I think it is the UIC system They're on the very east end next to Jim Creek and next to my property. And my well is approximately where the capital B is in my name on the location on either site, is roughly eyeballing it where it would be. So that's my concern, that you have at least 184 people a day there. How much effluent you're going to have? Hopefully these UIC systems work or whatever. But I guess I would like to know what that separation distance is. Do I have proper separation distance from their leach field, so to speak? So that's pretty much my biggest concern, along with, you know, trespassing and that kind of thing, which I put in the prior letter. And stray dogs, and I keep 3 horses on the other side of the fence and see them run through the fence. But anyway, that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Marty Brew. I live at 121 Stagecoach Trail. I've been a resident of here only a few days, and I've owned that property for a couple of years, and lived downstream from Rob and others. As a background, I'm a certified public accountant. I've spent decades building financial models for hospitality ventures, including occupant driven financial models like this. On the engineering front, one thing that I heard that kind of bothered me was the fact that maybe a reasonable standard is not being utilized for the 100-foot setup using the high water mark. Code of conduct, professional standards tells me that there's a question there. And the collection of the buildings, to me, that's just straightforward, as Rob outlined, that it should be the aggregate that's over 10,000 square feet. 10,000 means 20 times 2, 40 feet. And then lastly, it's just obvious to me when I look at the site plan that there's a squishing too many things in here to get a profit. Someone like what I would build, you have to take it to a bank, you have to take it to a community bank, you finance. Just try to put too many things into too small of a property here. Pretty obvious to me. But again, that said, all I would want to do is revise the site plan so that the water quality of the river systems, the lake, etc., is in great quality for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Shouldn't take anybody.
Okay, we do have a hand up online. Kim, do you have public comment? You need to unmute if you're trying to comment. Okay, I don't see any other hands up online. If anybody else wanted to comment from online, if you'd please unmute very quickly so we can move forward.
Try to ask them to unmute. There you go.
Ah, good. I'm unmuted now. I couldn't get unmuted. Sorry about that. Hi.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
My name is Kim Bergen. I live directly across from this proposed project. I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that's been said so far. I did write a letter, and the one thing I haven't heard that we went to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and I thought one of their conditions was that the road had to be paved prior to them opening, not 5 years, but prior to them opening. And I just wanted to point that out or have someone refresh my memory if that's not true.
I think that is on the conditions as they were recommended from Planning and Zoning, that the road be paved prior to use. So it is included. Is there anything else, Kim? We lost you or can't hear you. I know, I can't hear her at all. We could there for a minute, but we should get a cell tower. Not funny, Commissioner. Okay, if I'm sorry, Kim, we can't hear anymore. Was there anyone else online that wanted to comment? If you do, if you'd show a hand up, I think we might have to unmute you from here. Okay. I'll ask one more time for any other public comment, or if the applicant would like to make any comments at this time. Okay. Thank you. Questions from the commissioners or?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The hearing is closed. Okay, did you second that? Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. It's the pleasure of the board.
I will start conversation. I'm not embarrassed. A lot of very good comments here today. Legitimate concerns. One of them, the density. I definitely feel this is crowded, but I'm not using it. If any of you have been to Albertsons in Powell, the new store, you can't even get two cars side by side. For that reason, I'll not go back. The density also can cause some other issues that were brought up here, and they're legitimately concerned. The biggest one I heard today was, or in the last couple of weeks, is the amount of conditions that were on this, and are we getting the cart before the horse? And there are quite a few because it is a big project. However, analyzing the conditions that we have here, some of them, no offense to PNC, number 1 and number 5 and number 15, I believe it is, the opening and closing dates. I mean, one is a condition when you can be open, the other is condition when you can't. I mean, it's kind of, they're the same thing. Those can be combined. There's 3 other conditions that 9, 10, and 18 that are all part of 19. They're all county regular standards that we have to meet. So all in all, we have basically 8 conditions that the county are imposing that are not out of our authority. Other conditions, I believe there's 6 that are DEQ, YDOT, whatever, outside agencies that have those things have to be done, whether, if they are approved. So the county conditions we have 8. So anyway, I guess where I'm going with this is, are we moving too fast? Possibly they could get a lot of these answered, but ultimately none of this can happen unless all conditions are met, regardless. They cannot open the door until they meet all of these conditions. The 100-foot setback especially. I mean, looks to me like it won't fit. You're gonna have to prove that it will. And if I were paying your bill, Trent, I'd make damn sure it fits before I start construction, but that's on you, the applicant, as long as those conditions are met. I don't see anything in here that really blocks me today, but I'm open for discussion.
Madam Chair, just a question, I suppose, about DEQ. Are they waiting for a site plan review before they make a ruling on that, or is it vice versa? So, do they want to know exactly what they're doing first, and are they waiting for us to approve the site plan review?
So my understanding, Madam Chair, is that DEQ will not do anything towards making a decision until they have actual applications submitted by the property owner. And I'm not sure that they've actually submitted applications. Maybe they've said that and I missed it. But my understanding is that DEQ will not proceed with making any approvals or formal review until they have applications in front of them.
I'm just trying to get around the cart before the horse type of thing.
Well, and I think that's kind of where we're in the middle of, which we're not used to because we're used to SUPs, that things flow a little
Right.
bit differently than these land use.
And we've never had an application like this with so many different conditions to see if they can go forward. I mean, there's a lot of steps and stumbles along the way. And I think the biggest one too is the high water section, you know, the measurements from that, and also access off the road. And with the units so close to the road, I think that becomes a problem too. So, you know, I think there's just so much more that needs to be done on this before it could actually really move forward.
Well, I think that's a question that I have. If we look at several things, if we look at Mr. Berry's will, if we look at the setback on the cabins, if we were to deal with those things, that better outlines what I believe would be the area of use that the application to DEQ would cover. So I think there's a couple of things here that could be answered before that is completed. I'd hate to have them go to DEQ 2 or 3 times. That's a time problem. But I just think if we are going to look at changing any of those things or whether they can meet those conditions or not, I think those decisions have to be made before the applications go, because that's going to kind of regulate the density type of thing. That's what I see.
Madam Chair, just a question for Brett. I'm assuming this has all been surveyed. The property lines are surveyed in.
Yes.
And so you're basing this off the surveyed lines.
Yes.
Okay. I guess my only concern that I would have moving forward today is without defining that setback and without defining the square footage of those cabins. I put down a few other things like was mentioned, the paved road. Even though it's a stipulation, I know they're talking about 3 years, but I think for me, the holdup would be that setback and defining a clear definition of where that high water mark is or how we're going to measure off that. And granted, the high water mark could change tomorrow. I get all that. But to have at least established to begin with would be one of the 2 concerns I have.
I'm gonna take a stab at this and say I probably have the most history of anyone with this property. I was on there when I was spent the summer on there when I was 19 years old, and that's been a long time ago. A operation similar to this was in place then, but it did not have the density that this one's proposing. And I'm gonna I'll be tagging along with Commissioner Stewart on his concerns. I'd like the 100-foot setback from the river to be more clearly defined, and if that has to come from us, then we'll do it. Also the setback from the highway, and a question for the applicant is and very important is Berry's well. That definitely has to be addressed before I'm going to be willing to move forward with this. But the question I would have for the applicant is if you have to squeeze it in, if the setbacks change where the location of your development is going to occur, does that become economically, unfeasible for you to move forward? That would be, I mean, that's not our decision, or we can't base our decision on that. It's just a simple question of if you can't squeeze as much stuff in there, is it going to make any sense to move forward? I mean, I understand there's some concerns out there in the neighborhood. The wildlife issue, again, I've been living in that valley for 38 years. The wildlife, you don't want them there to start with, because you're going to wind up with them. You do wind up with dead wildlife because of the farm ground and whatnot there. And this little chunk of ground is not truly wildlife habitat. So again, there's a lot of other valid concerns, but that's not going to be one that's going to rise to the top for me.
Question for us here. All of these conditions are contingent on meeting these prior to commencing use. So the gamble is 100% on our applicant. If he puts on $500,000 into this and can't meet the requirement, he's got a useless chunk of ground. No, I'm just saying, is that on us or is it on him? The conditions are here, they're set in place. And if he has to downsize, he's got to come back, does he not?
Yes, but a couple of those conditions are questions we need to answer, like the setback. We need to know, we need to decide, are we going to allow them to be that close? Or are we going to follow the 20-foot rule or 40-foot, whatever's been suggested? We need a little more information.
Okay, so
knowing that.
with that, one clarification is the YDOT's 5 foot is from the easement, not the highway. Okay, just clarify that was mentioned earlier.
Not from the pavement, it's from the right
from
of way.
the easement, from the right of way
Line.
And according to their drawing here, they don't have any buildings over 5,000 feet unless I'm missing my math.
It's cumulative. That's the decision has to be answered, is whether it's cumulative square footage.
Okay. So, and that's solely a decision on us, whether we accumulate or add them all up or we use them separate.
Question needs answered, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, why can't that be answered right now? As a regulation?
I can't answer it based on the regulation. The regulation says 5,000 square foot floor area for buildings.
Yeah.
But does that mean
For building.
collective buildings or for all building? I mean, it's very unclear.
Per building to me is per building.
It's not,
It doesn't say
does
per
not say
building.
per building, it says building.
Oh, I thought that's what she said.
No, 5,000 cumulative square feet for buildings
Or buildings.
with the regulations.
Apologize.
And
Mayor,
if
it's
you
on
could
there.
read that out of the staff report, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just read what it says again for that building setback.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we get it right. I'm telling you my recollection. I don't have it memorized.
Yeah, yeah. So, Madam Chair, so
Yes,
in
sir.
site, yeah, this is under site plan. So it's building setbacks along highways. Building setbacks shall be increased 20 feet for every 5,000 square feet of floor area for buildings located on properties adjoining a state or county highway. And it said the board or commission may reduce the required increase of the setback up to 50%.
So do we need, Madam Chair, do we need legal advice on this? I interpret this for buildings, meaning individually, but a lot of times people read what they want to hear.
Madam Chair, I just want to add, we had a use a couple of years ago. There were a bunch of greenhouses. And they too were kind of close together. Individually, they weren't 5,000 square feet, but collectively, if you put them next to each other, they serve the same impact on traffic view. If you consider them together. And so in talking with the county engineer, I asked him the same question. I've got all these cabins sort of stacked next to each other, which means in terms of the traffic impact, would it be a single obstruction to consider all the buildings, or would we just consider them as individual? And he had thought that because of how close they are, they would serve as a single obstruction collectively. So that's the best we could do to come to this question. It's just not 100% clear.
I'm gonna make a recommendation that we make a decision on this at a later date.
Is that a motion to?
I do it is a motion required, because we're not. I will make them, if you feel a motion is required, I will. I do not feel that a motion is required to postpone making of a decision.
How far out would you want to go, just so that the applicant has an idea of what the plan would be?
I'll defer to Molly of what May 2nd looks like.
May 2nd.
In the afternoon? I know that.
If that's enough time, I think the couple of questions I have that I need answered, it probably would be sufficient.
I'd ask if Brett, can we get an answer on Mr. Berry's well situation, distance wise, if
Oh, yeah,
things weren't,
for sure.
okay, thank you. In that amount of time, we
Yes.
can, okay.
Good. Madam Chair, what are we asking for?
We're asking to
No,
postpone.
I'm sorry, from Brett, as far as distance to wherever we may have a septic system?
Right, where this, yeah, the distance from the septic, whether it's compatible or not.
So the DEQ requires setback distance
Right.
to tanks and fields, and they're different distances, and we provide that.
Okay, appreciate that. So. What time?
May 2nd, how long do you anticipate the be there to taking?
Good question.
That's continuation of public hearing. Sorry, Madam Chair, that's
Yeah.
continuation of public hearing. This is, the public hearing on this one is closed.
Right.
So it's basically us delivering the decision. I would not expect that to be.
But she's trying to schedule it after the Be There Beartooth, and she wonders how much time
Ah.
on the Be There Beartooth.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
my problem is with that date still.
True.
And one other thing. If we're not gonna make a decision, can we at least give the applicant what we want to clarify? So that they're not coming back and we give them the information back and then they have to come, I mean, as far as the setbacks, maybe we make a decision or how we're gonna decide the river setback.
That'd be May 16th.
Yeah, we can bump it up. I guess,
Um,
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
If I'm, as the applicant, what we're gonna determine now is, or determine, but before you come back in front of us, is what we consider the 100-foot setback has to be from the river. Whether that's gonna be high water mark. Or what, I can't see it not being high water, but I would need to dive into it a little bit more. And then the decision on the setback of the buildings. And so if I were you, I would go back and huddle up and see if worst case scenario, the county comes back and says, okay, setback has to be 100 foot from high water and setback from the buildings need to be 40 feet from the easement. What does that mean for you guys? And if you got to shrink your eastern end up a little bit to avoid impact on the Berry's well. Those are the decisions, those are the things at least I'm gonna consider.
So to clarify, you're gonna verify for us the setback, whether it's gonna be from high water mark or not from the stream or river. Whether or not you're gonna consider the buildings as individually counted for floor space area or collectively counted as floor space area. And so that would be the group of the cabins or the cabins and the big building. You're gonna come up with that. Because if you start lumping the cabins together, well, then you gotta lump all the buildings, right? So you'll address that. And those are the two primary things. And the Beery well is the third thing. Those are the three things that you're gonna, well, the Beery well that's just a statement of fact.
Yes.
The questions are the other two. Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a point of administrative procedure to cover with you. Your public hearing is closed. You're asking the applicant to bring additional information potentially to the table as part of your decision. If you're going to use additional information that wasn't presented as part of the hearing, I might recommend to you to consider reopening and continuing the hearing unless you feel administrative procedure is being upheld by what you're doing right now.
Madam Chair, it's questions that arose during public hearing.
But my question is this, if we get answers that change the design or could potentially change the design, do we need that public hearing still open to review any new design that they may bring in, or is that a different? It's not a different application, it's kind of a.
Is just to be safe that you should include it as part of a public hearing, but if you feel you're covering it administratively, then I'll defer to you.
I'm good.
Good with what?
With continuing forward as we are.
You did have a request to change that to May 16 though versus May 2nd, because you will not be in attendance at the May 2nd meeting, as far as you know. May 16? I'm sorry to.
That's if you can't be here May 16.
Madam Chair, you know, I can make an exception and a point to be on the phone or Zoom. That way we're not holding up any longer.
Yeah, because our next option is June 6th.
Be a possibility. I realize it's your second meeting of the month, but.
I won't be here on the 9th either.
I might not be here on the thing.
Like herding cats.
Madam Chair, I would say go for the second.
The second?
Commitment to appear somehow.
Okay. Okay, and we'll just have to follow through. If the answers that we come up with will make a change or require a change in design, then we'll have to figure out where we're gonna go from there. I don't know what that process will be, but we'll have to take a look at it if in fact there are some changes that have to happen. Does that work for the applicant and your timing? Okay. All right, so May 2nd, let's give Be There Beartooth at least 30 minutes. So what time would we be doing this on the 2nd?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, okay. And we will get you those answers as quickly as we can to know what we're dealing with. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your
Thank
attendance.
you.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners.
You've managed to just run all of our breaks.
Hey, sorry. We didn't address the headlights. Okay. Thank you.
See you, Mark.
See ya.
Hey, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Take care.
We'll need a resolution on that.
We don't, thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Next.
Statute, whatever Kim read, was that ours, counties or
That's
state?
our regulation.
That's ours.
And
Is
it's,
she?
and
Here?
that's,
Is Mary Nell here?
depends on how you want to do it. For buildings.
Yeah.
It doesn't say per building, it says for buildings.
It's
For buildings.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda at 3:15 would be Mary Nell Oshner, Powell Valley Recycling, with a special funding request. If you'd like to take a seat at the table, be great.
Not getting a break today?
Apparently
No,
not.
we're not. Oh, sorry.
I missed, we missed the one this morning too, so I'm batting 1,000.
Abner missed lunch.
Yeah, remember that short run.
Oh, well, you know, that's the working class.
I'm
There you go.
retired.
There you go. So if you'd like to go ahead, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm the president of Powell Valley Recycling, and of course, we're a nonprofit, and we put in a funding request for help with a baler repair. We have 2 balers. And we bought this one used from Warland, who went out of the recycling business a year ago, spring. And we knew that it was going to need some repairs eventually, and it's still working, and we're still waiting on parts. So and our request was for all or a portion of the repair bill, which is estimated to be around $12,500 approximately. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that Powell Valley Recycling serves Park County and as well as the city of Powell, and the city of Powell supports us, pretty much pays for our employees' salaries. And we do a full service recycling center. You just don't throw it in a bunch of bins. Our employees greet you, come to your vehicle, help you unload, help you sort, etc. And so we've been keeping track the last couple of years on how many people from outside of Powell we serve, and how many people within the city of Powell. And it's about 54% of the people in Powell utilize our recycling center, and about 45% of people outside of Park County, including, outside of the city limits, including myself, that are served by Powell Valley Recycling. And then we even have a little bit, about 1% that we get from other counties, which would probably be Bighorn County. So do you have any questions for me? We recycle a lot. We've shipped 450,000 pounds of recycling this last year. We have quite a large stockpile right now because commodity prices are way down, except for aluminum and newspaper. So, and cardboard is a big one for us, a big moneymaker for us. And so we have enough room that we can hold it until particularly cardboard prices come up. And of course, trucking and shipping, and that's all takes a bite out of our profits. And so that's one of the reasons why we are holding everything, because right now it costs us more to ship than it does that we get back in commodities.
Okay.
You have any questions?
Thoughts, questions? Okay. We will put this on our list of the special funding requests and we'll be in touch as we work through the budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Hey, you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
If you need a break, take your 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm fine.
Just to get up and stretch, good grief.
I wish I could stretch.
Well, you might be able to squeeze in a
Quick break.
Yeah, you read that quick for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So how are we gonna determine the interpretation of that, our own rule?
Probably have a discussion on this before. And then discussion on the effects, how we would interpret that.
I understand, you know, it could be interpreted.
acres, but not the volume they're talking about.
I have a question on your 100-foot setback. Because of that slope, are you gonna measure the river there?
Well, that's the question
Or
that needs to be
vertical?
answered. That's the question.
No, but vertical.
Yeah, that's the question that needs to be answered too. And actually, I think Brett addressed that in his report of how he measured it was I think was along the slope, along the ground.
But is that the accept or the answer?
Our regulation. Our regulation says 100 feet, so we figure out, we'll decide how we want the 100 feet applied.
We should come up with a land use plan and change the regulation.
Just stop.
Well, I could easily see, his difference when you do map survey and you use the tool, because you're looking at it like this,
Bird's eye.
not like this. Yeah.
Are we close enough? I guess this is our own, so it's not a
Yeah.
public hearing, so. Can't be the first time today. Park County Commissioners Scholarship Renewal. Do y'all remember?
Yep.
We had applicants last year that we awarded scholarships to. There were 3 of them. Colleen sent out the renewal offer. Which we have 1 that we can offer a renewal.
Oh, one we can offer renewal. We have
One we
2
can
applicants.
offer. Right, 2 applicants applied. So
Madam Chair, I'm gonna make a motion. We award the renewal to Allison Edwards.
I'll second for discussion. Because I'm way behind here. Who the hell's the second one?
Mickle.
Ogden.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the renewal scholarship for this year to go to Allison Edwards. Discussion.
Both of them are very qualified, and it's just, that's who I.
Both good applications.
Yep.
Any further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the renewal scholarship to Allison Edwards, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, pass. Colleen will take care of that info. Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, just for your information, that you having to vote today was not pre-planned.
Yeah, thanks. That's good enough. No. Okay. That happens.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes I think I get set up.
I've been the victim of that. Nefarious activity.
Okay, we got about 10 minutes. I don't think Jeremiah's here with Ted. Okay, thank you.
Do you wanna, you're expecting anyone for the Bridger
No.
Teton discussion?
No. But well, I don't know about online.
Well, subject to-
That's true. Subject to change.
Subjects change.
I actually worked to death one time in the Bridger Teton,
Yeah.
and not to be mean, but if the guy would have just made it happen about 100 yards over, would have been in Teton County.
Nice.
Is that the guy that had the heart attack on his horse?
Yeah. The one who's about crashed the helicopter on.
Yeah.
Went to take off with the big old boy and couldn't clear the trees.
Okay. They're looking at doing an updated forest plan for the Bridger Teton. There's 5 counties involved. And they have asked Park County to participate. However, Park County's area in the Bridger Teton National Forest all consists of wilderness area. And it's not a very big area considering what we have with the Shoshone National Forest. But our discussion is whether we join in those efforts or not. They are looking at some funding from FNRPA to help with the study. They're going to request, I think, $50,000, which is a normal study amount from my understanding. And then any of the other additional fees, or if there are additional fees, the consultant would have to be paid by those counties. They were looking at a little bit less from Park or Fremont because we have less space in that forest that is in our county. But I need to know what the pleasure of the board is if you are interested in participating in this process. It said all of the lands in our county are wilderness. Commissioner,
No.
any other input?
That's not what the question was. I just, Madam Chair, you're not going to change anything. Our input's not gonna impact the portion of Bridger Teton that's in Park County. You can't do it.
Sure.
So. I agree. I mean, if we want to talk about putting a RV campground over in there, then we can.
How about a cell tower?
If we can get them over with cell tower right alongside it, get them over Deer Creek Pass or Ishwa Pass. Yeah.
We can put camping cabins in there and you can have another retirement gig.
So I don't need a negative motion. So what I'm hearing is that we're not interested in participating.
So just administrating.
Okay,
I know how we are with surveys.
okay. I will send a note back to them.
Thanking them for reaching out.
Very nice, something. Thank you.
Okay, that part's done. Okay, hopefully. Yep, okay,
Well, we've got all kinds of break right now.
go ahead. You missed the rest of them.
Let's start a public hearing.
No, that's not. I think I can handle it. We might note to Brian to keep moving this way. Gets here first, we'll do him. All this week, you said?
Get started out of that. We'll only have 6,000.
You have baseball this week
Yeah, I've got Miles City and then Billings on Saturday and Sunday.
up there?
Yeah. Weather permitting, is always just.
Well, true, this time of year.
It's supposed to be nice somewhat on Saturday, so I think I should.
Hey, engineer son, what is the angle of a 2.5 to 1 slope?
Well, 2 to 1 slope, that's you're a builder.
2 to 1
It's a 2 to 1 slope. You get,
is 40, is a little over, is a 45.
yeah, that's,
So that slope is a little over, so what is? the-
no, 1 to 1's 40, 1 to 1 would be 45.
No, 1 to 1.
So 2 to 1 is 22.5.
2 to 1, gangbanger. Oh, 2 to 1.
So for every 2 foot you're moving vertically, you're dropping 1 foot horizontally.
So
Then
what-
2 foot horizontally, you're
Because
dropping 1 foot.
it says right here, the slope, so I'm just curious what the distance would be in 100 feet.
Well, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. So if you have your horizontal run and your vertical run, then you take those two.
What is it? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
Brian's on his way.
Yeah, well. So you had a 1. So if you
It's
had
actually 2.73 to 1,
2 points, it's pretty steep.
or 2.37.
That's like an A-frame then.
Yeah, 2.
Well, it's less than a 22. It's around a 20, we'll just
Go
call
ahead
it
and take the hot seat. We're.
22.5 would be.
I mean, we know what the clock says. The first time today we've been ahead of anything, so.
Take it when you can
It's gonna be steeper, and it's not gonna be less, it's gonna be steeper.
No, 1 to 1 would be steeper. 2 to 1 would be less. 2.3 would be more steep.
I'll look at it.
5 to 1 is only a foot difference.
Okay, let's get going. So the next thing on our agenda, Jeremiah Vardaman, University of Wyoming Extension, an introduction of our new horticulture educator.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Good to see you again. We have a new hire. So just wanted to get Ted here in front of you guys, everybody, so you can see a face, the name and all that. So we're real excited to have Ted on board as our part-time horticulturist. He's working out of the Cody office and then also out of the Powell office. He is taking care of any calls that come in for horticulture live to the office. So Ted has been very busy learning the system and getting through it, but he's hitting the ground running, and we're already seeing a big increase in calls. So really glad to have it. I'll turn it over to Ted if he wants to say any few words.
I want to say thank you for the hours I had when I was a custodian, because it allowed me to go full-time days at Northwest College. So that was good. And the accommodations that Audrey made, so I could go to some night classes and that, it was very nice of you to do that. It allowed me to get my ag ed degree in 2021. In May, I'll get my elementary education degree.
Great.
Good.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ted, what kind of calls do you get?
Some on insects, some on why some of the spruce trees are dying, like the leaves are, needles are turning brown. One lady wanted to know if there's a squirrel eating her cherry tree.
Kind of anything and everything.
I can see that.
It's just learning, yeah. Yeah, we can see calls on anything, how to see the pasture to how to test my water or my well, or what do I do about this disease or fungus?
How to get rid of the pine beetles that were in the firewood that I bought and I took into the house. And how they don't go and infect the rest of my pine trees.
So do you have Josh Sharp's number on speed dial then? Send him over to Weed and Pest.
I haven't thought of that.
Good idea. Okay.
I got what's the difference, Madam Chair, what's the difference between an arborist and a horticulturist? Or are you combination of it? I know what arborists are tree people, horticulturists I thought were more plant, but sound like you get as many more or more calls on trees than.
An arborist would be more of a ornamental horticulturalist.
Okay.
I'm taking the calls on vegetables and things like that also.
I think it's just thinking of extending your title. Horticulture arborist.
All the above, catch all.
With every length of title, you get a pay raise.
No,
right?
no.
I thought you just got more work with the title.
That's usually the case. No, and I think a lot of people in the county call because it's availability to call, whether not thinking about an arborist or not looking for that per se, but you know, anything, just trying to get some help and they get headed toward you. So.
And if we don't know, then we'll look elsewhere.
I'm gonna call up now and ask how to trim my bonsai tree.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we have the whole resource down on campus. We've connected in with the plant diagnostic team on campus, so we can help with insect disease. Horticulturists down there. We got people that are certified arborists, so all the tree calls and stuff. Yeah. But we never know what we're gonna get. We even get phone calls of, you know what the post office hours are? No, not the post office, but we'll find out and get it. Yeah.
Some things never change.
Never. Never will change.
No, appreciate you coming in and saying hi and hope that good luck in the job.
Thank you. Thank you for working with me.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, guys. Any other questions?
How are things going for you?
Crazy.
Crazy?
It's going good.
Okay.
We're doing really good. Things are settling in.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's busy.
The new 4-H extension's working good. So
Yeah,
far?
it's working good. We've had some horse clinicians.
Right.
Mary Louise has made it around to a lot of the club meetings and getting things rolling, trying to get everybody ready for the fair season, working with Billy across the hall, of course. So it's been good, busy, and we're just that time of year again, we see the uptick of 4-H events going on. So we're happy with it so far. We're just trying to work through things as they come through the office. So
okay, good.
You've also had to deal with Billy's dog too.
Nice, yes.
It's sort of skittish.
Yeah,
He
he
is timid, yeah. But no, things are good there. Yeah.
Okay, anything else for Jeremiah?
No, thanks for coming in.
Thanks, no, bye.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, the dog growled at me after the last fair board meeting. Walked
I
out the
would
door.
give it a treatment, ran away.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Better
Are we
than
that
that
bad, Brian?
one.
You're the last one, buddy.
Come on up.
Get up here.
Yeah, you're up.
Yes, it has been a long day.
We're moving things a little quicker than the rest of the day.
You were behind earlier.
Absolutely. We've been around behind until about 15 minutes
We're on
ago.
Dawsey time.
Yeah, we're on Dawsey time. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So, as you know, we've been working on the HVAC project. I think everybody knows that, but now, multi-million-dollar project, a lot involved with a lot of moving parts, a lot of coordination. And after kind of checking with some other similar projects around the state and talking to various engineers and contractors, and including our engineering consultant, which was Engineering Design Associates out of Casper, these type projects are well set up for CMAR type services. And it's because you get into just being a straight to HVAC contractors as them, that's the bulk of the work, but there's there's roofing, there's cleanup, there's coordination of the lights, that it's better set up to work under like a CMAR, and then they can help sequence and schedule the logistics of the different parties. Plus it's bidding the different trades through the guaranteed maximum price. So I think we get the best deal that way. So we'd like to, I guess, request permission to go ahead and request for proposals for CMAR services. And this is different than our engineering services consultant that we've got, because he's doing a great job. He's design consultant, and they'll be doing QA work with engineering associates here in town. It's just a little bit different than actually managing and executing the project. So we're a little worried about time frame because of some things that we're trying to get ordered with supply chain issues and whatnot. And so the sooner we could get somebody on board, the better on a CMAR contract. We tossed around the idea whether we could piggyback on the CMAR request for proposals that we just did with the Pal Shop for the landfill. And it's just an idea, but I think we could probably do something accelerated. This won't be very much based on price, other than Lloyd remembers this, but they have the percentages that they put in, that they'll put in up front, and then once you get a guaranteed maximum price, it's a percentage of that. So it'll be hard for somebody jumping in to get what that price is until all the design's done and whatnot, but they'll be participating through the design process. So as far as dollars, it will mainly be their design phase fee and what their percentage is of the total project.
You're talking inspection and that type of thing, or checking.
Exactly.
So if we were to do that, when they look at the contractor do the HVAC or lights or however that's all going to be handled, that all has to still follow the Park County procurement policy in the ways that the 5% still come into play on all of the bidding in state, out of state, in county. Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, the advantage to the CMAR is each of those individual components will come back in front of you in the way of sealed bids for just each part. So that'll be, they'll be able to keep an eye on it that way.
Okay, but they'll be doing the chasing.
They'll be doing the chasing, and the way these guys do it is, if they want to do some part of it as the CMAR, they would basically submit their bid ahead of time. And they could do that if there's something that they have the trade that they want to do, drywall or whatever it is. They can do that, but it's their job to set up all the subs.
Commissioner?
Just Russ, you learning all the acronyms, is that construction manager at risk?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
You did good.
And I'll say this, our consultant, Jack Hollinger, so he does this all over the state, and he says 9 times out of the 10, that's how they're set up, and they've got contractors. They start to get to where it's not for everybody, but your bigger contractors that do a lot of colleges and schools and things like that. That's really how this is set up.
We did, I think, all 3 schools that I was involved in, we did CMAR on all of them. Yes.
I understand time is of the essence, but are you able to kind of take care of things until we get someone on board?
Yes.
On the front end?
Yes. Yeah, I think we can, and we could try to accelerate the process, but I'm working on it daily there's things going on.
And I mean, I know we were talking about possibly utilizing some of the folks we talked to
with the POW shop, but
Yeah.
this is a whole different project, and there might be some folks that can bring a different level of expertise to it than.
Then a building.
I mean, we got a couple great applicants. I'm
Yeah,
not dissing them at all, but there might be some other folks out there that might have.
that's the cleanest for sure. That's the.
Madam Chair, I believe this, as Commissioner Goldfield mentioned, the procurement policy is going to force us into advertising for a proposal. So the sooner we get that out there, the sooner, because that's going to take
Yeah,
a couple weeks and then interviews and.
and I thought we'd keep it a
Selection.
little more simple this time, that where, where they submit their statement of qualifications, their standard application. We did a few that have 2 or 3, but I don't think is as much the proposal where they'd have to spend a lot of time on it, because again, the price is not. That
No, but it
relevant.
is gonna kick us over that 50,000.
Yes,
mark
yeah.
in the long run.
Yeah,
No.
it definitely has to be a selection
Yeah,
type
yeah.
process.
Go ahead.
So we need a motion, correct?
Probably because we're spending this out of some art money, so we ought to keep it clean to make sure it's tracked it.
And Madam Chair, I move to give Brian approval for advertising for CMAR services for the current courthouse HVAC system using ARPA COVID funds.
Both.
Yes.
We may end up with both.
Okay.
I would just say our funds, because we could go over one, out of one and into the other with the amount of money we're talking about. Okay.
Just not just in this, okay, I don't care, that's fine.
Second. That HVAC, you got that one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it took me a while.
Have a motion and a second to approve allowing Brian to go out to hire CMR services for the HVAC project. out
Madam
of the-
Chair, before you vote real quick, if I
funds.
could. Just a point of clarification too, we would obviously come back in with who we're gonna select.
Oh, yeah.
On the proposals, and probably one of the commissioners would participate in the interview.
Interview, okay.
Yeah, so this is really not to select, it's just to initiate the process.
Allowed,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, with my building experience, I can assist with that. I can.
You're hired.
Let's be careful here. Do you have anything? Okay. Okay, so I have a motion on the table to approve the CMAR process and moving forward with that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone
Thank you.
opposed? Oh, okay.
I have one last question.
Okay, motion passes.
Okay, question. All right, you have a distance of 100 feet. 20% slope from the same, what's that distance?
It's been a long day.
You follow me?
Yeah, I think so, 100% or 100 feet on the
100
ground.
feet.
Yeah,
20% slope, what's the distance back?
so that's a 5-to-1 slope, so that would be 20 feet. Right? It's
I don't know.
well,
What
I'm not sure what
what
you're.
distance are you trying to figure out? You want to draw it? Because
Do you want the distance that's slope distance?
The distance from high water measured vertical.
Is horizontal,
this.
yeah.
we got an engineer sitting out there. We could.
Yeah, you're trying to get that hypotenuse of that triangle.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would need my calculator for that,
Eight
but,
square
but,
feet
but the
square.
height of that would be 20 feet. So that'd be, you said 20%, right?
Actually 23.2.37,
Okay,
but
okay, but yeah, I would have to check my calculator, because there's a little trig involved, Pythagorean theorem, all that stuff. I'll shoot you an email though here in a second.
Okay, we
Did you guys
appreciate
get my
that.
email on that? though?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
you may be actually be getting involved anyway.
Okay.
But that's just trying to clarify that there's a different geotechnical between the stability
For building and suspended.
and water sewer, and the water sewer definitely needs to happen.
Okay, we'll take a look at that whole picture. We continue. Okay.
But that's.
Thanks, Brian.
Move to adjourn. Madam Chair.
Mr. Reed has a quick question or something.
That's the board service that joined us, so you wanna just.
Oh, okay. So Linda, I don't know if you can hear us or not, or if you want to unmute so we can visit for a minute. Okay, thank you. We did deal with that just a little bit early on our agenda as it came up. We had a little bit of a break, so Appreciate you joining us. Our feelings here are that Park County's amount of area in Grand Teton is, or Bridger Teton, sorry. Bridger Teton is relatively small comparatively, and it's all in wilderness. So we determined that we probably were not going to participate in this situation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair. If there is interest in learning more about the forest planning effort that is going on here, I know certainly there is a considerable interest from the Cody community relative to outfitting in the wilderness, but if there's any interest, we're happy to visit with you about that larger effort at your convenience.
Okay, we appreciate you reaching out to us too, but yes, if you want to keep us apprised of what's happening, that would be great.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And wait a second, we'll want to revisit that.
Where did
I think
Brett go?
Brett's outside. Had maybe
He ducked around the corner. I'm not sure which way he went.
clarification.
Yes.
Could you tell me, did we, when you guys are making your decision about the setback from the high water, or what the high water mark, if it's gonna be the high water mark, or also the setback from the highway, whether it's gonna be aggregate buildings or not, you're gonna make that at the May 2nd meeting, is that correct?
We're gonna do as much homework as we can prior to that, yes, and give you a decision.
But the decision we made at the meeting?
I assume so.
That's our intent, my intent.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I guess, and then is there an opportunity for us to provide input to that information for that decision?
It's their application.
It's their application. We're asking, and I'm just thinking out loud, we're asking to clarify some stuff on your application. And what we're coming forward with is gonna be, I don't know if you guys will be able to provide new testimony. On that, because of the public hearings being closed, but we can double check on that.
Well, yeah, and so, okay, that sounds good. So you're making the decision on May 2nd, so we don't need to come with, you don't expect us to come with a new plan on May 2nd.
No.
Yeah, I don't think
If
so.
you have a new plan.
Yeah. That's all, Brett, that's all I was trying to get at is the decisions we're gonna make.
That can affect the plan.
If you guys look at those at worst case scenario.
Oh, you totally change the plan.
Yeah, and then, but I wouldn't say you have to bring the new plan.
Yeah.
To that meeting.
No.
Right.
Because that would.
We can't really talk about the new plan because you're gonna have to have a public comment again.
Right.
Yep. If it changes, we'll have to reopen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how much changed before you have to reopen it? What do you?
That's a good question.
Okay, we'll get an answer to that one too.
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that
That
one.
one we can answer sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Thank you for the information.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey, real quick, Brett, when you're measuring setback.
Well,
when you're measuring setback, is it ground distance or vertical or horizontal distance?
So when it didn't specify horizontal distance, the regulations don't specify how it's measured. So it didn't say horizontal. And so how that distance is measured on our plan is from the edge of the water, up the bank, like you put a tape measure on it and then over to the edge. That's how that plan is set up. Because it didn't specify in the regulations horizontal.
Or on a plane, but there'd be, yeah. So there'd be 3 different ways to measure it.
Yeah.
If you did straight horizontal, or if you did on the plane.
Yeah.
And
I just followed the
contour.
Okay.
And then the building, since the regulations didn't say it would be aggregated. Just as I want. That's
well, nobody's lost yet.
I know. And I figured that would be a way that you guys would have to decide. It's
okay.
Part of the deal.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Guys.
So yeah, there's freeways right there. I would be inclined to be on the plane.
There's a fourth way. Can you just go like straight up, 50 feet straight down to them?
When the river's at the very top, I mean, it's easy.
I have a
This way?
motion here.
Oh, we're having fun. We've got another, half an hour at least.
I don't.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Discussion?
No.
You don't allow this.